happened?
There we go. Welcome to Horsin Around, a Dumbass Cast, for another very, very special episode, folks. I am your host, as always, Nicholas Brigadante, and with me today I have three lovely guests to discuss some movies. If you would like to introduce yourselves. In any order you choose. Anyone who's brave enough? Is anyone brave enough?
Don't say anything. This is solidarity.
Yeah. This is the greatest bit that we always do.
We stand together.
Okay. What are you motherfuckers?
Charlie Kirk!
No, that is not who any of us are. Nobody is Charlie Kirk here. Please.
Now I wish my camera was working so I could just show my disapproval of what's just happened.
Somebody break the picket line, I'm begging you.
Yeah, Murky,
thank you, Bionic.
Who are you?
Did you just say break the picket line? What are you,
Yeah.
fucking scab?
Yeah, he's a fucking
Yeah,
scab.
I
What the
need
hell?
I was trying
one
to
of
think
you
of
to
that word.
introduce yourselves, please.
You're right.
I was
You
gonna
should
say
introduce
snow.
yourself, Murky.
Yeah.
Murky,
I
you
am.
yourself.
My name's Nick. I'm a male podcaster,
Hi,
so I don't
Nick.
have any free speech rights.
It's
what
important to say
defines
hi
you?
back to him. It's too
Is
rude.
that what defines you, being a male podcast?
No, it's the fucking bit. It's the bit. All right, that's the whole
The camera
thing.
cannot read that cat. I'm just letting
All
you
right,
know.
I'm zooming it in. There, can you
The
see that?
lighting is not helping.
No, your mic is
No.
terrible. Your mic is terrible. Your mic is terrible.
My mic is not the problem here.
No, why you? It sounded terrible for like 1 second.
I heard that.
Because I had to move over the mic to get to the camera. Okay, well, these chuckle fucks watch a lot of movies. One of them watched a lot of movies today.
That's
But
true.
they did watch all of
five
them.
movies.
Yeah.
And all of them were good in their own way.
Okay,
Nick,
well,
you
we're
didn't say hi
gonna
to
get
Bionic
into
Pie
that.
in the chat. Bionic Pie introduced themselves. And you didn't say
I did.
hi.
I said hi to Bionic. I thanked them for introducing themselves, unlike some people in this call right now.
What do you mean?
Do I know
You didn't
Bionic?
introduce
Do I know who that is?
Huh?
That's Max.
You may.
Max
Yeah,
Mangold.
I'm not
Oh.
gonna dox him.
What?
But okay,
Oh,
I guess
okay.
someone's gonna dox him. Jesus Christ.
Wait a minute, I actually just doxed them.
You could have just said yes. You could have just said yes, Monkey.
You literally just okay, whatever.
I just give the
We watched a lot of movies. We're here to talk
Oh,
about
hey,
them.
welcome to Horsing Around. I'm
Uh-huh.
Jacob.
Oh my God! What? That's
Fucking
crazy.
scab.
Stop interrupting, Nick. I'm trying to start the podcast.
I'll just make him stop this and move when he talks. I don't understand. There's something wrong with his camera.
Jacob's a little broken right now, but he has with him a great guest that is actually going to be the part of the discussion that we're going to have first here. We're going to start talking about our worst movies of the year, and then we're
Wait. They don't know who I am.
Yeah, I wonder fucking why. Jesus, it's a mystery.
Well, I'm Colin. I like movies, Scary. I like movies. I like making movies.
You like
You
making
don't like
movies?
making movies. You've
No,
never
I
made
like
a
watching
movie?
movies. Sorry, I fucked up the quote. It's from an old college humor bit.
I
Which
see.
one?
It's college
Which one?
humor.
Nicolas Cage's agent, when he's on the phone and the agent is like telling him like stop making these shitty movies. He's like, I like making movies, Scary.
Well, this was a good
think I
podcast. I,
remember
guess
that
we'll
one.
see you guys next week, and then
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, we're back.
I'm
We're starting the
Brandon.
pod back up.
I'm Brandon. I'm.
Oh my
I like
God.
watching movies.
Oh,
I like
Wow.
watching movies, and I'm also really good at Riftbound. That's my next thing.
Okay. All right. He's
Okay,
got
now
to
that
plug
all
his
those
major gaming
starting jitters out of
skills.
the way, you can start the Nick. You can start the
Yeah.
the recording and
Oh,
stuff.
Yeah, you can go
okay.
live.
Thank you
We can go
guys.
live.
I
Are
appreciate
we here to
that.
talk
Yeah.
about movies?
So we're here to talk about movies. We're gonna talk about our worst, our most disappointing, which is gonna be new for this year. And then as always, we're gonna discuss our best movies last. But we got a lot to get through, so let's finally get into it. We're gonna start with Jacob, your worst movie of the year, if you would do the honors.
Yummy.
What do you want me to do?
A dance, I guess. Just do an interpretive dance that explains why this was your worst movie of the
Now,
year.
Nick, I'm
what
gonna
is
let
it?
you think about I'm gonna let you sit down, and for 5 seconds.
Okay.
I count out the 5. I'm gonna
Mhm.
count for 5 seconds, and
Yeah.
once we're done, I want you to think about why I can't do an interpretive dance.
Okay.
Okay,
I'm
1,
thinking. Yeah.
2,
Uh-huh.
3,
Uh-huh.
4.
It's because you've
5.
been crippled by a terrible car accident. I'm so sorry. I forgot about that.
No, they laid me off at my factory job, and my daughter's sick, much like the character in Running Man.
Whoa! The Running Man. 2025.
Woo, the Running Man.
The one who
Okay.
lives on Mulberry Lane.
Yeah.
Uh,
So what's up with the Running Man?
Okay. So, The Running Man is a action dystopian film, based off of the previous film and novel The Running Man. And this year's iteration is directed by a man I like. I like Edgar
Yeah,
Wright.
that was the craziest part. I
That
did
was
not
the
go
most
in
surprising
knowing
part about this.
that
Yeah.
he was directing this, and yeah, fucking
He did.
That's pretty bad.
I
did
Mr.
not.
Mr. Wright himself.
He knows how to edit. He knows how to make an action scene. And he knows how to create some sort of narrative tension through the basic toolkit of the visual language of cinema. I would say that's what he's best known for. I would say that's been his strength throughout his entire career. And then he made Running Man, a movie which carries none of that forward and looks particularly poor and is poorly edited. And, we can get into specifics, but the reason this ended up being the worst of the year for me is there are plenty of things you can ding Edgar Wright for, especially in his writing and his character relations and some of the flaws that have popped up in previous versions of his films. But his style has always brought a lot of those strengths out and pushed those weaknesses to the side. There are plenty of times where even when you're watching like some of the peak of Edgar Wright, when you start digging a little bit more into the overall experience, you can find some flaws, but usually you're having such a fun time that you can kind of forgive those flaws. I mean, I think the peak of this is something like Baby Driver, which is a movie with like a million flaws that you can think of right off the bat. Two particular flaws that come to mind immediately, which I guess is Edgar Wright's fault, but every time I watch the movie, I can't help but notice it's starring two of the worst human beings on the planet.
Wait, who's the other one? I know about Kevin Spacey. Don't tell me Taron Egerton's a bad person, please.
It's not Taron Egerton. What are you?
Oh, thank God.
Crazy?
Oh, thank God.
You thought
That's
you saw
all I
El
needed to
Gore.
know.
You thought Eddie the Eagle was evil like that?
No, I thought he was great, which is why I was so scared that he killed
No,
puppies
it's
or something.
Ansel. It's Ansel.
No,
I don't know who
it's
that
a,
is.
yes, it's Ansel Elgort.
It's Ansel
right?
Elgort. Ansel Elgort.
Yeah,
I
Ansel
said
Elgort.
that.
Otherwise known as Baby, as in the film.
Also
Baby.
known as the man who Kevin Spacey in that movie does state the balls on that boy. And you're like, oh,
Yeah.
oh,
I was just blinded by the balls on that kid.
uh-oh.
Wait,
Um,
that wasn't Taron Egerton playing Baby?
No.
that was Ansel Elgort.
Wow, it's been a long time
Egerton
since I've watched
plays-
Baby Driver.
No, Taron Egerton plays Eggsy.
Yeah, that's what I'm remembering. I don't know
And
why.
the gorilla from
From Sing. That's true.
Oh, he does. He does play the.
He
gorilla
does.
thing.
He
And
just
can
loves
sing.
doing Elton John.
Yeah, he
covers.
can.
Okay.
That's Johnny. That's
And-
my son.
and so what I will say is that, like I said, a lot of the performances have helped out Edgar Wright in the past. I mean, I think without Simon Pegg and Nick Frost, the entire Cornetto trilogy basically doesn't work because their acting really carries forward a lot of that. And this is just, The Running Man is just a culmination of when all the ingredients in the soup don't work, you just have a really
They're
shitty
good
soup,
ingredients that
and-
can work well in other soups.
Yes, that's a
but
great way
in
to
the
put it.
same soup, they don't work at all. They don't gel.
Yes.
It's like oil and water with
Like,
almost every aspect of this.
A great encapsulation of this feeling is outside of Edgar Wright's outside of Edgar Wright's filmmaking, which I think has its own whole problem in this movie. Glenn Powell is like a key to a lot of this, where you watch Glenn Powell in a lot of stuff. I bought a lot of Glenn Powell stock, and I gotta say, this movie really makes you rethink how far that stock goes. And I don't think that's Glenn Powell's fault. Glenn Powell, like I said, he shows up in a schlocky movie like Twisters where he's going, "Yeehaw, brother, I wanna go chase down them Twisters, baby!" And I'm like, this, you know what? He's charming. He's charming. I wanted him to kiss and sleep with everyone in the movie. I'm here. I get it. Glenn Powell in this movie is a guy who is not helped out by the script. And then
Bro,
when he has to play,
oh my god, when Cole and I were watching this, and I was just like, if he signs the Running Man contract with like
Yes.
no like forced coercion from
Josh Brolin.
from Josh Brolin's character, I was just like, this guy, I don't like this guy anymore. Like that's the one thing he said he would not do. And then Josh
I'm
Brolin's
not gonna
just like,
do it.
what if I give you a little bit more money?
Honey, I know what we talked about, but
What if I just give you a little bit more money? And he's just like, well, shit,
you said they'd give me money and it's not worth it, but they gave me money.
they gave me money.
more.
Yeah.
So I wanted to like juice the Glenn Powell thing a little bit more, but we can skip right to what you guys are getting at, which is like the script does an unbelievably horrible job of stakes building. It doesn't know how to build up to its set pieces. It doesn't know how to actually translate what is at stake to the audience in a clear and communicative way.
Yeah.
With the signature thing where he ends up being chosen for the Running Man. When he has the discussion with his wife about like, don't worry, I'm just going in to audition for this one particular show. And then it turns out that it's a general audition. Like you just go in and then you get assigned a show. That completely changes how we feel about the previous discussion. But the previous discussion is predicated on something that isn't happening in the movie. Like you don't actually know the stakes of his, like you don't know why his wife would agree to this given the stakes of the film, other than the fact that he says, I'm not going to sign up for Running Man. But then he goes to the auditions where you don't sign up for the show you participate in. They select you from the pool and assign you a show. So it's like, okay, so the risk of Running Man was always here. Why is that?
I didn't even pick that up. I thought like he just like they just saw his tape for the other show and were like, well, he could also be good for the Running Man. Let me try and get him in here.
No, because they're all in like a pool of people together, and then when they enter into the lockers, they're all assigned a locker which tells them which show that they're going to be on. That's why he's upset, because he goes into the locker room and they're like, go to your like locker and you'll find out where you got placed. And then he goes there and he's been given a Running Man like jumpsuit. And he's like, damn, I got selected for Running Man. And I'm like, if that was always the case, why are you here? What do you
What the fuck do you mean you're not gonna go for Running Man? You're in. It's already happened.
I mean, I think Glenn Powell is just truly miscast. Even like, you could say that the script isn't doing him any favors. I think some of the acting direction that was given to Glenn Powell and just Glenn Powell's acting ability in that role, he was completely miscast.
You know what it reminded me of? Have you guys seen the movie, the Hitman movie he's in?
I explicitly avoided it because
the Hitman movie he's in called Hitman
occurred in this film about
like
Glenn
the
Powell's
video
ability
game adaptation of Hitman.
No. When he is acting like he's acting in that, he's like, he's trying to get me next time, assholes. What did he say?
Oh, I don't remember. But yeah, the thing that they edited into the like all of this or whatever.
I'm still here. Something. I can't remember what he says, but it's so lame. Yeah.
Nick, you bring up another great example of the failure of stake, like upping the stakes, which is like.
Yeah, they don't establish. There was a huge question I had towards the end. Sorry, you'll see if you just.
Well, I was fine because I think we were going to reach the same conclusion, which is like towards the end. There's another great example of this, which is they show that they can basically within the context of us watching this movie in 2025 is use AI in order to like deep fake him being a villain, and you're like, okay, what are you going to do with that? He's just gonna look like an asshole, and you're like, oh, and you can just make him say whatever he wants, and you're like, oh, so this carries no attention to it at all because you'll just be like,
gonna take the laziest.
We made this fake thing. This is why it's like a really important aspect that, and look, I wrote about this in my review for this movie. A really strange aspect about this film is it existing within the context of a 80s action movie being the first iteration of it. And having watched the 80s action movie in the run up to watching, pun intended, watching the new Running Man, I find that movie weirdly more nuanced and interesting in its politics than the 2025 version. Because
You
I'd
like
like to
Arnold?
watch it. I did not watch the OG.
Is Arnold better?
Yeah,
yes, Arnold
it
is
is
better.
I was saying to Colin, I
And
think if nothing else, this movie did make me curious enough to like put,
yeah. And
old Running Man on the watch list.
I went in completely blind, and I didn't even know that there was source material. And the whole time we were watching it, like until we got midway through the movie, I was like, "Man, like the world and like the premise are pretty interesting here." But then nothing else really is. And then I found out there was source material, and I was like, "Oh, okay, so that
Yes.
doesn't count."
And then they went to fucking Derry, Maine. I'm like, oh, okay, this is a Stephen King
You got
novel,
it.
huh?
So, and here's the thing with that. This movie, at least from what I've heard, I haven't read the book. What I've seen in discussion is that this movie is much closer towards the structure of the
Of
original
the book,
Running
yeah,
Man.
it is more loyal to the book.
Yeah.
That's what I read. And the show,
But
not the show, the Arnold one goes off the script.
yeah, the Arnold one goes completely off the script. But you know what?
Interesting.
By going off the script, the Arnold one does is it condenses its story and makes it much more manageable. This movie is unable to handle the scope of building narrative tension within a structure where the Running Man is running across the entire United States, because we just end up getting a bunch of vignettes that don't feel particularly interesting to
it
me.
can't, and it ultimately can't bridge the gap between the personal struggle of our main character and like the very obvious like end game of it being societal, collapse, like revolution.
Society.
Like they
Yes.
shoehorn in these characters that are like, we gotta do the revolution, bro. And the main character's like, no, I don't. I'm just in it for my family. And then, like, very quickly and unnaturally, he's just turned, like, I don't know. The scene in like the slums at like the halfway mark, I think, around where he's like meeting the guy that does the video edits or whatever. Just like,
Yes.
okay, you're trying to put in some work here. I don't think it's nearly enough though. And then like I think they introduced the Michael Cera character to like
That was terrible. Michael Cera
yeah,
jumped
that
in
was
right
where I was just like,
Whoa!
I was
Whoa!
until Michael Cera, I was just like, this maybe get to it. I put it at a 1.5 out of 5 on my letterbox. I was at
I
like
think that's
maybe
where
a
we all have
2
it.
up until that point,
2 out of
and then
5.
I was just like, this Michael Cera character pisses me off a lot.
And so here's a great, once again, I feel like I keep saying the great example, but I think this movie is entirely made up of great examples of things that don't work in tandem with each other. And so the Michael Cera character, in my opinion, is a really funny character.
In
Does
something
he work
else.
yeah, exactly. In a different movie. He's other people have acknowledged this. He's the most Edgar Wright character in the entire film, and that becomes a problem because suddenly I'm watching a different Edgar Wright movie inside a different Edgar Wright movie.
We're watching Edgar
And there's
Wright
nothing
directs Home
wrong.
Alone.
Yes, Edgar Wright directs
Okay.
Home Alone,
Also,
and so
I was really disappointed with the traps. I was expecting something really fucking cool and clever, and no. Some exposed wires and a water gun. Yeah, it was so. I was very annoyed by that. Not to say nothing about the narrative structure of that character or that sequence. I just hated how lame all
Yeah.
the things were.
and it fits into a wider conversation throughout the entire film, which other people in hearing discussion about this film talk about, which is a really big problem handling tone. This movie doesn't know how to handle tone. It doesn't know how to be serious and be silly. The Arnold movie commits to being really fucking silly, and in doing so, sort of alleviates the tension of it alleviates the tension of needing to be about something, and in turn, by doing that, it still is kind of about something. I don't really know how to use the words properly to express that, but by not like
Yeah. you're taking the
biggest
piss
problem,
so much that you
yeah,
then are given room to
yeah.
kind of just say
The,
your thing,
like
say your piece without.
the Arnold Running Man isn't about a guy who needs money for his daughter's medicine. It's about like a cop who refused an order and then got framed, and that is why he doesn't want to be a revolutionary, and is also a like weird thing about how he then becomes a revolutionary in the end. And do I think that movie is very subtle or well constructed? Not really, but when I'm comparing it to this, which uh, is all right,
You got this, Jacob. You got
a
this.
big. Well, I'm trying to constrain myself from falling off like a rant cliff with this film to allow airspace for other people. But within the wider context of 2025, I've had multiple instances at the theater in which I find that there are certain directors who have gotten very online over the last couple of years, and you can really feel that in their movies. And one of my big problems is that you can feel on some movies, you can sort of feel the onlineisms, for lack of a term, coming through in the script and the execution and what the director wants to talk about. And The Running Man, in my opinion, was the worst offender of all of these, in which a lot of other ones felt like kind of tepid, like misunderstandings of like actual revolutionary text, like a not full, like the understanding of certain left-leaning texts through the eyes of someone who has only interacted with them on like Twitter and is a wealthy connected director viewing these. And a lot of these other movies I enjoyed, but I still had like some problems with that, in which I find that them to be not very revolutionary at all, despite attempting to be.
Sure.
Running Man is like the pinnacle of this, in that this doesn't even feel like it's out of date by like, oh, like a couple of years, like, oh, I really got online and that sort of thing. Running Man feels like the interpretation of the world through the eyes of like a Facebook user.
I get that.
Yeah,
Right.
I am
Facebook
very
users. Let's talk about that woman that
Hold on.
introduced it.
Time judge. Time judge. We got 12
yeah.
movies
We do
talk
have
about,
to move
fellas.
on, but
Fair,
those
fair.
are
Okay,
very
Time
good
to
points.
move on. I think we
I-
should do some closing thoughts. Time judge.
Yeah,
time
I
judge.
will say to that point, I'm very interested to talk about one of our more disappointing picks, because that analogy of the whole onlineisms, I feel like also applies to one of the disappointing picks very aptly. But I do agree with you that I think even in that movie, it still got some things through that I was interested in hearing, and this movie did basically
Yes.
nothing into that front.
This movie, when it has the, for lack of a better term, impoverished people in the outdoor movie theater cheering him on for no reason, is really condescending, and I don't like it.
Yeah. Oh,
I
God.
find it really gross because it doesn't understand its relationship with itself as a piece of media.
Yeah.
That is very self-congratulatory and gross and stupid.
I just
All
think the casting situation in this movie is terrible. I wasn't that much invested, so it wasn't that disappointing for me. But yeah, the movie was bad. Also, the third act and then introducing a random character, and
That's
then
what
the
I'm
whole
talking about, yeah.
that whole third act, terrible, just terrible. I lost it by then. I mean, the act 2, Michael Cera jump scare. I was like, oh, hanging by a cliff, and then I
Michael
just
Cera
got
with the ugliest little fucking goatee possible jump scare.
stepped on my fingers with act 3.
Once
Do you have
again,
any-
a guy who is good in other things, and in
Yeah,
this
just was
becomes
not
less.
that water and oil all over the place here.
That's the development, man. Nuts.
Colin, any final thoughts before we move on to our
No.
second pick?
We should
All
say
right.
the scores, right? Just like in a more
Sure.
formal manner.
Yeah, I gave it a
Yeah.
1.5. I think I mentioned earlier.
I forgot what I gave
Out
it.
of 5, right? Yeah.
Out of 5.
What did I
yes,
give it?
On a 5-point scale. I do have them up here. I could.
Colin, you gave it a 1.5 as well.
Okay.
I give it a 2 out of 10. 2 out of 5. So I mean,
And I
I
gave
like
it a
it.
1.5.
It was bad, but it wasn't the worst thing I ever saw in my life. It was pretty bad though.
Which I was gonna move us on to Colin, but honestly, I guess we should probably just go over. I think what we also mostly unanimously think is terrible, which is Brandon, your pick. What did you pick as your worst movie of the year?
Oh man.
Oh, hold on. Hold on. I've got a guest. I've got a guest. Hold on. He's knocking on my door.
A new guest? New guest incoming?
Hey, hold
No,
on.
wrong guest. He's not ready yet.
Sorry. Well, there's so many guests. They're out in the waiting room. They're in the green room. They can't wait to get
They're
on.
getting confused.
I'm waiting for your guest to come in. What's Jack Black doing there? Tell him to go back.
You had the right guest out for a second.
Oh, I had the. Oh, you're right. Sorry, I got the wrong guest.
There you go. There you go.
Oh my god.
Oh my god!
Sandra!
That was easy!
War of the Worlds was my worst movie of the year. I mean, I'm not gonna break into a manifesto about it. It's just like I'm not really that invested. It's just like the worst piece of shit I've ever seen this year. It's just low budget. The acting is terrible. I mean, I did like straight to DVD ass movie. It's basically it. So it was a straight to Amazon Prime ass movie. Acting's terrible. It's literally an ad. I think what is it? 91 minutes. It's 91 minutes of being an Amazon Prime ad, and also Clark Gregg
and Microsoft Teams.
And Microsoft Teams. Dude, oh my god, you just sent me again, dude. We gotta use Teams.
Yeah.
Teams up. Oh my god. Yeah, I mean,
for a super secret, secure, top level governmental conversations. Oh, also, yeah, loop the girl from NASA into all of this. Right? Yeah.
It's just a bad movie. It's low quality, low budget. It's the worst thing I saw. I don't have much thoughts on it. The movie sucks.
I don't know if there's really.
Okay, I do have to admit, I really, really enjoyed watching this movie. Every time he reacted to anything, I like laughed out loud.
He's like,
he's like watching his daughter get blown up. He's like, oh, oh.
What? No, it's you! It's you!
It's you!
Dude, oh my god! Also, the techno babble alone. They're eating all of our data. You quickly. We gotta stop them.
Facebook. Don't forget the Facebook messages being deleted.
Oh my
god, dude! It does a weird effect on his wife's voice.
He gets a notification from Facebook that says your memories are being deleted, and he's like, no.
Colin, stop! I'm gonna cry, Colin. Don't make me cry.
Dude, don't forget about his wife's last voice memo to him, okay? You can't forget about
the kids.
Whoa! Oh my god.
That's always the thing is you tell him be nice to the kids and he just forgets.
Also, not only is everything about this movie terrible, there was one particularly egregious like continuity error I found where he spends like a 3-minute sequence detailing all of the things that the tripods are attacking, and he writes up like intelligent, going after infrastructure, and then he sees that report on the news, and he's like, "What? They're intelligent? What?"
He just forgot. He forgets, man. He forgets. All right. Listen. I think there's a few things I can say about this movie that aren't. The movie is terrible. There's nothing really to add there. But as far as like comparing it and understanding the environment that it's in, we've had like entirely desktop focused movies that have come out
and they were
multiple times before now. I haven't seen any of them myself yet, but I know that they are at least better than this and came out at least like a decade earlier. Because I remember it was Unfriended, I think was the first one that was like on the big
Is that the one where the girl sticks her hand in the blender?
No, it's the bigger guy that puts his hand in the blender.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Excuse you, that's Jacob Wysocki from Dropout TV.
Is it actually?
Yes.
What?
Oh my god.
Holy shit, I didn't know that.
God, this is one of the most important aspects of society in the modern era, and you guys didn't.
I mean, I'm glad he's doing well for himself now. But again, just that's where we started, and that was over 10 years ago. And
He put his hand in the blender.
This is clearly such a downgrade to a ridiculous degree. Like even when that movie was from what I've heard, very flawed and like, but like people are like, there could be something interesting here, and I think other people have done, these types of movies since then in more interesting ways. But like, man,
Unfriended was butt cheeks. I'm looking at it right now. I actually don't think this format ever works. The fucking
really,
video screen
okay,
format.
I don't know.
I'm remembering now.
in the command center.
But you also just said you enjoyed this movie, but it is
Yeah.
you can enjoy
I had
garbage.
fun. I had fun.
We're not here to
watching
say
movies.
you can't enjoy
dog
garbage.
shit. You are able to
Yeah.
enjoy dog shit.
Yeah.
And this was
But
enjoyable.
it
This
is
fun
it
dog
doesn't
shit.
change that it is still dog shit. And like
It's
this
very
is
funny dog
really I think the other thing that honestly it's pioneering is that Ice Cube is as far as I know one of the first major black actors to become the guy in the chair. It's always been old white men up until now, but we now have like older retiring black actors getting into the I will just sit in a chair for the whole movie kind of thing.
Don't forget when he went to go.
he did go out. That
he
is
tried
true.
to get out. He tried to get out.
He tried to get out, and then he had
his daughter's dying, and he lightly jostles a glass door, and he's like, "It's locked. I can't get out."
The door's glass. I forgot the door's glass. It's probably like bulletproof or something, but like still, holy shit, man!
You could hack into everything. The Tesla cameras, literally, cameras everywhere. Literally
Can't open a
cameras.
door.
There was a camera like just in front of a homeless tent. Like a homeless person's tent. There's
Where
just a
they
camera
got
there.
him to turn on the drone camera again, and then he got blown up for helping them because the
God.
fucking alien
Well,
attack.
that's a commentary on society. If you think
It really says a lot about society.
Anyway, I agree with Colin. This movie's the fucking funniest shit. And
It's so funny. I couldn't stop
iconic.
laughing.
And I think so. Here, look, we're not talking about other movies yet, but I will say there's movies that try to be camp, and then there's some real shit. And War of the Worlds is some real shit.
I agree with that.
Because when you listen to the interviews of the director, this motherfucker was not making a comedy. And that's when you know you got something good on your hands. I do genuinely put this up there with like classic so bad it's good cinema with like
This is like Birdemic. I
Birdemic,
felt like I was having a good
exactly, Colin.
Birdemic.
I can see that. Yeah.
This is not to the peaks of Birdemic because it weirdly has more production value than Birdemic, which is a crazy thing to say about War of the Worlds. But War of the Worlds does have a higher production budget than Birdemic, but it feels so in line with that of like this earnestness that I don't want to. I'm not saying this to like denigrate. Like I can't believe someone would make this and think it was good. No, this is the type of shit that I love movies for. That sometimes you make something like this and you're like, this is important. This is intrinsically put into the canon of cinema.
My masterpiece.
This was a paycheck movie for Ice Cube. This is a paycheck movie for Clark Gregg.
No, what are you talking?
Okay, I have a question for you guys. Do you think the cast ever actually met each other, or do you think those group photos at the end were AI/Photoshop? Because I think it's the latter.
I think they were photoshopped.
Almost certainly photoshopped. Yeah, and they could they just photoshopped whatever was on the tees. Like they photoshopped every part of that.
Because this was a COVID movie. This was filmed during COVID.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That's why it was like.
Why'd it take so long to get out?
Colin, have you seen the film? In order to put a movie out, you need to have someone agree to purchase the rights to the film and then distribute it.
Someone eventually caved.
Okay, I would love if we think we've covered everything we can for this movie. I would love to use that as a transition point into my worst movie of the year.
Okay, I have some
worst movie
thoughts.
Okay, all right. What are your thoughts on what's coming up, or
closing
thoughts
on what's coming?
We gotta say
our
our
scores.
scores. We gotta say our scores.
Okay, I give it a 1. I give it a 1.
I gave it a half
star.
I also gave it a half
I gave
star.
it 1 star because I did have fun watching it.
I could have fun watching a half star movie, which is what I'm going to talk about in a moment. But this one, I think honestly, I can see where the enjoyment comes from. But this one did just frustrate me at how bad it was, more so than I was laughing at it. And it was also a half star for me for that reason. I think of these 4, after seeing all of them, I think it's worse than my pick. But this was Brandon's pick.
You know what, Mookie? I agree with that.
Yeah. Okay.
This movie gets a 1.5 stars and a like, and you guys should be grateful I didn't give it 5 stars.
You're so brave. God bless you for being so brave on that front. Okay. So for my movie.
Oh wait, are we transitioning? Hold on, let me get.
We are transitioning. Yes, you bring out the next guest, please. Thank you. I do have.
Oh my God, Steve, how are you?
Oh my God,
Steve.
I'd like to introduce my next section by just showing I think the most poignant parts of this movie, which is
Yes. Oh, I love that video.
Let's take a look at what we got here. There we go. All right.
I need a stim.
I'll
We're
keep this
stimming
up
right
on the
now.
side, and we're just gonna pull this up real quick.
Yeah.
I'm stimming. This is a good stim.
I'm Steve.
Yeah.
I'm Steve.
I am Steve. This is a crafting table.
Crafting table.
Welcome to the overworld.
The overworld.
An ender pearl. Ender pearl is Minecraft. In the overworld, flint and steel.
Flint and steel.
The nether.
The nether.
Nitro wingsuits. Chicken jockey.
And I realized after picking this video, this is only from the trailers. There is more. There is like at least 3 times more of this shit in the full movie. That is all a Minecraft movie is, and that is my worst movie of the year.
It's fucking awesome. It's so fun.
No, you're fucking insane. You are out of your goddamn mind.
You could tell that everybody on set was just like, yeah, I mean, like, I guess Jack Black specifically was just like, I mean, yeah, I'm just gonna have fun with this.
You're
out of your mind, dude.
I don't think it was that bad. Like, granted, I didn't connect to any of the characters. I thought
no characters connected to. I'm shocked.
No character arcs in anything whatsoever.
What was the story? What was the story, Colin?
The story was pigmen and action and Minecraft references, and that's all I wanted from the fucking Minecraft movie, Mookie.
Interesting. Interesting. So there is no story. It's about a cube MacGuffin that doesn't.
The orb.
Yeah, the orb. Sorry, the orb that is shaped like a cube because funny. That might be one of the only funny jokes in the movie.
It's a good bit.
That might be one of the only funny jokes in the movie because every other joke is just saying something from the game. Chicken Jockey is the most well-known joke from the movie, and it's not a joke. It's just them saying Chicken Jockey.
But
the thing from the game.
Black saying it and doing
Jack Black is delivering the same performance as everyone else, which is no performance against the most horrific CG fucking green screen sets that you've ever seen in the history of mankind.
It was that bad.
It's so bad.
It was so serviceable. It worked exactly. It was exactly.
Are you out of your goddamn mind?
Maybe I'm just like this movie is meeting my expectations and what I wanted out of a Minecraft movie. Like I don't want a fucking Let's Play or something.
I don't know.
Want, I think the first story from my Minecraft movie.
I got bad news for you. I watched all of Shadow Israfel, and it's got a more coherent plot than this.
Okay, you're right. You're right. I agree with that. I like Shadow of Israfel more than this. But...
Did you ever watch Five Nights at Freddy's? Did you ever watch Five Nights at Freddy's?
Me? Yeah.
Okay. Did you like Five Nights at Freddy's?
I thought it was a fun time. Yeah.
Oh my god.
I think Minecraft is better than Five Nights at Freddy's.
Are you fucking crazy? Are you out of your goddamn mind?
No, look.
That's insane.
That's so. This is like, would you rather eat shit or feces right now? That's what I'm being asked.
I maybe it's just because I like Minecraft more than I like Five Nights at Freddy's.
But they don't do anything that's Minecrafty. The whole
Are you out of your mind? You just stopped. You were just complaining about how much Minecraft was in the movie.
No, it's
a villager. She fucked
nothing.
A villager.
It's lip service only. It is lip service only.
Entire movie. I love her role in that.
I'm gonna here. Jennifer Coolidge's character. I'll use this as a segue. Jennifer Coolidge's character
There were some genuine
very-
laughs, like
is a
at
very
the bits they were
interesting
making.
is a very interesting example because I would say similar to Michael Cera in The Running Man. It's a similar thing where it feels like I'm watching a character who's being plucked out of something else. Specifically, Jennifer Coolidge's character is being plucked out of a comedy from the year circa 1995 to 2005.
I think she's being plucked
Um,
directly from White Lotus.
I mean, that is true, but I also think her character in White Lotus is being plucked from 1995 to 2005.
Yeah, okay.
And I would say that once again, from the director of Napoleon Dynamite, when Napoleon Dynamite is coming out, wow, isn't it crazy? These two people who wouldn't normally date are dating each other. Isn't that funny? Sure. And now it's
Yeah, but this is
2025.
different. This is
And-
like.
It's
Well,
not.
I feel like
different-
the
it is
bit is
different
that she
because-
doesn't realize he's like not a human.
Well, here's my main concern because I read the bit a little bit different. I read the bit as, can you believe this old lady wants to have sex so bad? Isn't that funny? And I go, sure.
I read it
Okay.
as wants to have like a connection, and she wants an active listener and somebody who will sit and listen to her driveling bullshit all night long. And she found one. And that's
Colin,
beautiful.
I think it
You're
is
just repeating
beautiful
the
that
lines
you
that
are
are
seeing
stated
things in this
exactly
movie that I
out of
could
it.
never have
Yeah.
possibly perceived. Because there is, I just to bring it back to the whole reason I wanted
call
to
him like he's a psychiatrist in the ward, man.
Dude, my opinion, I don't think it was a great movie. I only gave it 3.5
You gave it a
stars.
7
You
out of
gave it
10.
more than
That's a
5
good
out of 10.
movie.
You gave it more than half of the
That's a
possible
C.
stars
That's a
you could give.
C minus, bro.
Yeah, no. Okay,
No,
well now we're gonna
no,
get into
no,
the whole
no,
how do we
no.
view our ratings in this system. I view
No.
that I think the best way, like the most agreeable way to view the rating system is as far how much you would or wouldn't recommend a movie to somebody. I view a
I would give it 5
2.5.
stars.
Oh my god.
You want to hurt people in your life. You want to hurt people in your life. All right, let me jump back a bit. Let me jump back a bit. I wanted to do my main thing that ties into my snarky review comment on Letterboxd for this movie. Thank you for the zoom in. The connection I was making to War of the Worlds is that, Jacob, you said, oh, well, somebody had to agree on something for this movie to have come out at a reasonable time frame, and that is multiplied times infinity in my mind for a Minecraft movie. I cannot understand how they came to any of the decisions that led to the final product that was released to theaters. How did they decide that Jason Momoa and fucking Jack Black are going to have a almost queer rivalry romance with each other without doing over nothing, over literally nothing except Jack Black wants to look cool, maybe. And then, like, they just get over it because they have to, because the movie has to have all of our main characters have an epic fight at the end of the movie in front of a goddamn fucking sky portal. They took shit from 2012 and they put it back in this goddamn movie. I cannot believe that we're still there. And then the female characters, they didn't know what to do with, so they were just like,
yeah. What if we give this one the dog?
They fight. they can fight good, so we know that we're progressive. That's what progressivism is, guys.
Wow.
They fight, and at the end of the movie, they open the girl opens up a dojo. That's what it's all about. That's feminism, baby.
That was
2025
crazy,
feminism is
Yeah, okay,
back.
that was
Yes.
Oh, like Colin, you like Minecraft, right?
yeah.
So, like, when you're playing Minecraft and you see an Enderman, you're scared. You're like, oh man, I can't.
Okay,
do this
that was
easily.
bullshit.
Barely
I
an
don't have
inconvenience.
visions. What the fuck was that? That's something I will complain about that movie. It was not very accurate to Minecraft.
It's not an accurate Minecraft movie. It's just references and names.
It is only.
But
It's
it was
only
fun.
lip service. It's torture.
They made OC. Why were they making OC?
I don't know why.
The one thing I think you could argue is in the spirit of Minecraft is that the boy is creative and he is shunned for it by the bullies in the beginning, but then his creativity is what gets him that gets him out of the bad situation. He makes an invention that does not exist in Minecraft, but that's his creativity coming through.
Speaking of that, dude, I was crying laughing when he blew up the big potato. That was such a funny scene to throw in.
Colin, guess what? I agree with you. That is a genuine setup and punchline. You go to a town, it's got a big potato. Hey, we love this potato. It's our entire town. 2 seconds.
It's our entire town's economy.
You blow up the potato.
The kid blows up a potato. Once again, that's a joke I see, and I'm like, I understand why you got the director of Napoleon Dynamite to do this movie.
But then the director of
another
Napoleon...
joke I really liked is when Jennifer Coolidge was like, "Yeah, me and my husband, we separated, but we stayed together for the dogs." I thought that was a really good bit.
Yeah,
now that's another one where I think the joke is, I think the joke both works, but then also within the context of Jennifer Coolidge's character feels a little bit like, get a load of this, white lady.
I mean, yeah, that's her character. That's what makes it funny.
Okay, even regardless of that, like, you know, the character versus the joke itself, the jokes can work in a vacuum sometimes. But like, then the director of Napoleon Dynamite goes on to direct the rest of a Minecraft movie, and none of that ever lines up at all with anything else. It is just one, like, reference to one maybe funny, like, Napoleon Dynamite-esque line to, we have to have an action scene, we have to have the most forced emotional bits that you could ever witness in cinema, where you never
No character sold me at any point. That I thought
you thought this movie was good, but you didn't like any of the characters.
I just don't understand how that gels.
What do you like besides the references?
I thought they were good references. This is staying to me. I love.
Chicken Jockey.
I think
the Chicken Jockey reference was lame. I'm gonna be honest. I would have screamed in the theaters if I'd seen it, but I much preferred the bit with the Ender Pearl where he's like, "No, wait, we won't teleport me," and he throws it, and he's like, "Oh, that was my only one."
That was just point and like the member berries of that's how it works. That's it. Whoa, that's the joke. It's not funny.
And this is where we can circle back real quick to War for the Worlds and the meaning of sincerity. I actually think there's a fair amount of sincerity in the Minecraft movie.
I completely agree. I think that's one of the reasons I like this so much.
But
Where's
I can also feel the board members and the committee members all getting together and saying, cha-ching, cha-ching. And I know I do genuinely try and avoid this type of discussion. I don't think any movie should be condemned for the amount of money it makes. I like the Avatar movies. They are constantly being talked about how much money they make and isn't. Part of this feels so much in conversation with what is the algorithmically correct statements to make one after the other in order to get people to pop off.
Yeah. And they were right. It's apparently the fucking #1 grossing movie in America for 2025.
Domestically.
Yeah, in America. That's why I said in America.
I also feel like there's an aspect of this movie we haven't talked about at all yet, and that's the Rocky Horror Picture Show interactivity that this movie provides for the fans. And I think there's something should be said about that.
That wasn't intended by the movie, though.
Yeah, I feel like it does and it doesn't, because like Jacob was saying, it is algorithmically built to have people pop off as much as possible, as many kids in the theater pop off constantly. But they didn't mean it in the sense that, in a Rocky Horror sense, at all.
But isn't that like just cosmically awesome that happened?
Here's the thing: the Rocky Horror call and response bit is like, it is natural. It is a natural phenomenon that occurs out of the creation of that film. This feels like I've talked about this scene a lot, so I'll bring it up again. I apologize for everyone who's heard this anecdote 500 times. In Rogue One: A Star Wars Story,
that movie fucking sucks.
Yeah,
there's a scene
really fucking sucks
where the movie comes to a halt, because Jin Urso has just bumped into a character. Who's that character? Oh my god! It's the guy from the cantina. He turned around. The guy from the cantina says, "Hey, I don't like the way you look. He doesn't like you either." Oh my god, that's the exact same thing he says in the cantina in A New Hope. That's crazy.
With
And that's what
dramatic
every
pausing to
scene
allow
in-
space for applause or screaming
Yes.
or clapping.
And that's what every scene in a Minecraft movie felt like to me.
Yeah, this might just be because I'm like, okay. This might just be because I was having fun. I really thought Garrett died. I was like, oh.
Oh no, that
Garrett's
was
dead.
I think I don't know. This is where I can't tell if it was intentional or not. But the way he trips.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He trips and then just like he's on the ground, like he's not able in a position to jump, like he didn't like fall into a ravine and disappear
He
under the waves.
literally
He trips and the
and
next second
dies.
the bridge explodes.
That was
should've
something.
died.
Awesome.
He should have.
That-
I agree. I think he should have stayed in the overworld at the very least.
We need to kill people in the Minecraft movie. I don't think it's a big thing to ask.
And this is what's so annoying about this, is that there are some ideas in the film. I think there's ideas about creativity and community and sort of being able to find an inner self from those expressions. And I
They
don't
don't really do much with that.
And
though.
they
No!
don't, yeah, exactly.
Buried. Absolutely
They-
buried. It is only
they
there
hit-
to say that the movie has a theme.
They hit singular.
Time
like, it's not-
judge.
It's
Okay.
this is my last point. I promise.
Well, the next one's gonna go on for a while. So
This-
Time judge. Time judge.
this is fuck. I just remember what we're gonna have to talk about next.
Say your closing piece for Minecraft. Say your closing piece for Minecraft.
It's not even like a problem that I had with other movies, where other movies will have quote unquote themes in them where they just do the theme in front of you and they're like, see, we did it and we touched on it. This doesn't even have that. It has singular notes where a character says one line and is like, we did it, we checked off the box.
We've checked the
Let's get outta
box.
here, Let's get out of here.
Box checking the
You're
movie,
like-
which is, I guess, appropriate because it is a movie about boxes. It's about cubes. So, yeah, I guess that really sums it up. But yeah, I hated this movie. I loved watching this movie with friends, but if I was not inebriated in some form and doing this with friends in a 4D theater, I think I'd have an aneurysm. I thought about watching this movie again for, just have more recent thoughts, but it pained me, and I didn't go through with it.
I watched this movie dead sober alone on my couch. Right after, like 2 minutes after I finished Companion. That was
He's gonna
the
give me good
context.
stims. Very
Now-
good Google stims.
Maybe
Now,
it
Colin-
was maybe a lot of my enjoyment of this movie is like, wow, this isn't Companion. This is awful.
To be fair, if I watched a Minecraft movie after Companion, I would also think it was a rip-roaring comedy.
Yeah, right? I had a great time.
Okay, all right. Final thoughts at
probably-
all
that's
for
probably good
Pichu? Any closers?
I mean, the movie sucks. Chicken jockey, the nether,
Chicken,
flint and steel,
flint
ender
and
pearl,
steel.
crafting table.
Water bucket.
I am Steve. All right, that's all the Sims.
There you go. Beautiful.
So nostalgic to hear.
I had a
Pichu
good
say
time.
those
I had a really
words.
good time. It's what I wanted from a Minecraft movie.
In
Well, I was
our star
expecting-
ratings, I gave this movie a half star and a like because
I gave it a 3.5.
it is delicious garbage. The most delicious garbage. I will give it that.
1.5 out of 5. 1.5 out of 5.
Maybe my score's a little high, but I don't think.
Fucking score is ridiculously high.
Insanely high. Oh god. And Jacob, what'd you give it?
I give it a 1 out of 5.
God, there it is.
Okay.
And finally,
I'm
for
like,
our
it's
last
because
worst
I'm
movie here,
gearing up.
Colin.
I'm hunkering
was
down.
What was
Oh, wait,
your
hold on,
your
our
worst
guest,
movie of
hold on,
2025?
guest. I gotta get the guest.
Oh, new
out,
guest,
hold
new
on.
guest.
Yeah.
Oh, whoa! Triple threat!
Three, yes!
Holy shit!
Okay.
Never say I never did nothing for this podcast.
I have a number of notes about this movie written out in my head. One,
What is this movie?
what?
What is the name of this movie?
Oh, this is a movie called Materialists,
Mhm.
and I personally first went into it expecting a quirky, funny, floaty rom-com between these three very attractive people, and I was like, okay, great. It's gonna be nice, delicious potato chips. What I instead got was one person who I just think literally doesn't know how to act, Dakota Johnson. Like I don't think she's taken an acting class, and if she has, she should get her money back. Pedro Pascal somehow is acting worse than he normally is, which is not. He doesn't normally act.
Well, hold on. We
horribly.
haven't gotten to Fantastic Four yet. Hold on.
Yeah. Well, okay. Actually, you know what? I noticed a lot of the same shit. He talks the same way in Fantastic Four that he does in
interesting segue potential there.
I picked that up in Fantastic Four, and I was like, that's really interesting. And then Chris Evans, he also his performance is not convincing to me at all. So off the bat, I'm sitting through a movie where I feel like I'm watching actors run lines the whole movie.
Interesting. You didn't feel that during a Minecraft movie.
Because a Minecraft, the vibe that a Minecraft movie presented was one of whimsy, one of get rid of
the vibe of the CG vomiting all the possible colors on the screen all at once made it
whimsy, fun.
Oh, that's enjoyment. Not what I would call it. But go on.
But it wasn't. The materialist immediately asks you to be like, okay, let's put on our thinking cap and let's look at the power dynamics between relationships and what people use to judge whether or not another partner will be good for them, even if they don't realize it themselves. I'm like, okay, interesting theme. It had me for a while beyond the acting, but by the end of the movie, it just felt like nothing more than a self-aware Hallmark movie. And I could not get over the fact that and maybe this is the point of the movie, that over intellectualization of these things doesn't really matter, even if you're self-prescribed genius about every type of class a person could be, what a good match would be, it doesn't matter, true love prevails through all that. I didn't feel that in the movie at all. I just felt like they were actually, yeah, this is how it works instead. What else? I thought, I hate to just harp on the acting, but all of the fucking important scenes in this movie were just
interesting thoughts on the acting.
They just didn't. It just didn't feel like two people talking ever. And it was framing it as these really intimate, close moments where people are discussing okay, how is the rest of my life going to go? Is it going to go down this path or this path? But then both the dialogue and the acting still felt Hallmark movie tier to me. Yeah, I don't know. Also, my last point, the bit about her setting that girl up with the sexual harasser guy, I can, if I stretch, I can see where they're going with, where this is the first time she had consequences for her actions in doing this, but the plot line was just so superfluous and took you immediately out of the plot line that was supposed to be wrapping the movie together, which is Dakota Johnson and Chris Evans reconciling their love, and Dakota Johnson realizing that she can just throw all of this this data and this intellectualizing about relationships out the window because she can just be happy with Chris Evans, even though she's shown multiple times throughout the movie that even if she thinks that, she's not going to be happy with Chris Evans. She's going to focus on all those super surface level details, and those details aren't always surface level, the money thing. She has showed so many times that she's not chill dating a poor guy, and because it causes her to fight about money, and they never really address that other than saying, I don't want to fight about money, and then the next scene they're like, oh, okay, let's get together, let's be together, fuck Pedro Pascal. They never go have her go over the hump to solve that issue about herself. She just is okay, I'm gonna ignore it.
I mean,
Yeah.
I
And
wanna
then they immediately go from that scene into the superfluous, like, I have to go save my client that I just set up with this fucking lunatic. And it just, I don't know. It just, the third act of that movie specifically felt like all of the, like, the plot points they set up, they just, like, floundered before they landed. And then they just, like, threw this whole new situation in at the very end that just, like, muddied the water even more. I don't know. And throughout all of this, again, I had to watch Dakota Johnson read off a teleprompter for 2 hours. That's my take. That's my
let me
take.
steal man. I'm gonna steal man of Colin because I also didn't enjoy the movie, unlike you two. Pointing down here and then
We have a
pointing
whole.
there.
That's the most
Yeah.
interesting thing about this pick is that we have a whole spectrum of opinions on it. It goes
Yeah,
from hating it to loving it and everything in between.
I'm gonna steal man Colin. I completely echo the sentiment of the acting in this film. It is crazy to me. I've seen. I think. Hold on. Let me check right now. I've seen 6 of the 41 Dakota Johnson films, but like, I've seen enough. I've seen a fair share of the Dakota Johnson movies, and she is reaching Gal Gadot levels of acting.
Yeah.
I just do not understand
It's-
what this complete blank delivery. Her serious delivery is weird. Her facial, like her face acting is awful. Her voice, her line delivery is awful. Her body language is awful. Everything about her acting, you cannot convince me she knows how to act. There's some movies where you need a character that is incapable of expressing emotion, and I guess like some of the movies like Am I Okay? That Dakota Johnson acting technique kind of worked for me there because I was like, oh yeah, this character doesn't know what the fuck she is, blah blah blah. But that's a different movie. This movie, I don't think is calling for that Dakota Johnson acting kind of technique or method, and it is just so painful, especially when like she gets out in the middle of the street and then a car, and then that seems supposed to be intense, and then she just delivers those lines, and I'm just like, oh my god, what the fuck was that? Like Chris Evans, and Chris Evans doesn't even seem like he's giving it all. He just seems like he's
No.
annoyed. He's like, ah, man, Dakota, why'd you get out of the car? What's going on?
He's tired.
Pedro
will
is just
say-
like I'm a business guy.
Yeah.
You see business like I see
Yeah.
business. This is good. This is how we business.
Let
I
me
hate that.
show you something. Let me show you something.
Okay,
was
that was so
Such
so
an
funny.
awful scene.
The acting was bad.
I would actually counter that a little bit if you're.
Hold on, I do have one more point. I
Yeah.
mean, I'm not as I like
Colin Blood,
watching this movie.
yes.
I'm not as invested in my hatred of this movie as Colin. And honestly, me and Colin have the same rating for this movie. But I just think, I'm tired of Dakota Johnson is an actor propaganda. I'm tired of it. But one thing I did.
It's a good thing no one on this call right now likes. We will get there. We will get there.
I do think one interesting critique of this film I'm not fully on board for, but I could be on board for if I cared more about this movie, which I don't care too much about this movie to think about in my free time. But I was reading some of the Letterboxd reviews, and the idea that this film is labeled as broke boy propaganda is interesting to me because I can see that criticism. I can see like, oh, but Chris Evans really tried, But what if it? It's an interesting.
So he
Like,
didn't
viewpoint
really
of that
in the movie. Like he never did. There was no
That's
feats
true.
in
They
the
were
movie.
looking for parking. He's like,
yeah.
oh, I didn't plan for the parking. My bad. $50 for parking? I don't think so.
Yeah. Oh my God! Is that my catering company that is coincidentally going to let us sneak into this wedding?
I'm an actor.
Oh yeah, I set this up.
It's just an interesting I didn't think about it like that until I read.
Me neither.
I feel like that's a pretty big
propaganda.
reach. I don't know. I think it's not focused on that, and so you're just filling in spaces where it just feels like a reach to me. But I was on the I like this side of this movie, and I was ready to not like it because when we introduce these movies to each other, we say what we think. These are our worst picks or best picks, whatever. So going in, I was like, this is Colin's worst pick. I'm probably not gonna like it, but I'm gonna give it the fair shake. And I ended up coming out of it with a 7 out of 10, a 3.5 out of 5. And honestly, to the point of all of the acting being wooden, I think specifically with Dakota Johnson, this role is one where I saw it as
I can kind of see
it
that.
built into, like, it helps with the character that she's
Currently
playing.
nodding my head. You can't see it because I'm distracted by 3 people right now.
She is in an industry that has left her completely robotic towards the concept of dating and also just interacting with people in general in a lot of cases. And that makes sense to me that she is acting the way she does. I think there are some cases where...
But then there's never a piece of genuine delivery once she overcomes that and
I would argue the third act does deliver on that.
So I'm gonna jump in. I'm gonna jump in.
Sure, go.
Okay, yeah. I want to hear Jacob turn.
This is, I mean, I'm gonna let Nick finish out his thought, but I'm gonna jump in to refine where I come from on that specific point.
Yeah.
I don't think this is, I think that there's a lot of talk about like, oh, it's like an industry that is made her this way. I think that this is about, and once again, maybe it's because, and I'm outing myself.
Does this word start with an S?
I relate to this, which is a character who has really hard time internally rationalizing the emotions of other people. I think the character themselves is like, that's what half of the confrontation she has with Chris Evans is about her being like, I do not understand other people, and that is why Pedro Pascal is a appeasing option to her, because there is no choice anymore. There's the logical material choice, and that can be rationalized quite easily. And then I think the movie has other things to say about that, but that's my take as to why Dakota Johnson doesn't change after learning about that. She changes through the fact of kind of letting some things go, but her as a person doesn't become a new person. In fact, I kind of think that's partially what I like about the movie, is that it's not about an individual change. It's about like an acceptance kind of change.
Yeah.
Now you can disagree with me on that, but that's why I end up liking this movie. And I also understand people not connecting with it, because that's kind of a big ask. Yeah.
I personally can connect like very, very well with that theme. And like maybe just in a different way than you do. I did not get that. Like I at no point was like, oh, I can relate how she's feeling back to my experience ever in the movie. Specifically with respect to like rationalizing others' internal experiences and like why they make the choices that they do. I don't know. Maybe it's something like intangible. I never got that like connection on there.
All right, so there's one scene in particular that, building off of what you're saying, that makes me just unable to tolerate Dakota Johnson's acting. Is when during like the fucking client subplot, her favorite client goes, "The person you set me up with sexually assaulted me," and her response with a blank face is, "He checked all the boxes."
Okay, all right. I would love to respond to this. I bet Jacob would too. I'll do a quick response if Jacob, you want to do a longer one. I think
no, I won't do a longer one. I think it'll just result in the same circular conversation that I think
I will say that to me was, again, just reinforcing that her lifestyle and her view of the world, like Jacob was saying, is so stringent on like, making things knowable factors and not being able to reconcile the more unknowable, intangible stuff in relationships. She could not think of any kind of better... She was absolutely at a loss for words, so she came up with the preordained script that her history of her job has led her to, that's her lowest point, is her realizing as she's saying it, and that's where I think her acting actually comes through a little bit, with her facial expressions being like, these words are coming out of my mouth, this is fucked up, I'm realizing as I'm saying this is not the thing to be saying, but I can't figure out how to say anything else.
I don't think she's saying that like, as it leaves my mouth, oh, this is fucked up. I think she literally just has no idea what to say, and like ChatGPT response came out.
Yeah.
Oh,
I think all what that also can be explained by is the people who are writing the dialogue just didn't know what to put there either.
I think
And
it was very
I think that's
intentional.
more likely.
Colin, that's all right. Okay. I'm not gonna say anything. Please continue.
No.
Please
What?
continue with your sentence. I'm not gonna engage. I'm not gonna do that.
That was it. I think that was intentional by the writers and the director for directing her acting to deliver that in such a way that it's just like, wow, that is terrible. You are realizing that this is terrible as you're saying it because this is your character arc of being like, this is what I've been doing my whole life and I'm realizing now this is all falling apart. And so I guess my thoughts just boil down to I had an interesting time with it. I don't think it like blew my mind in any of the themes it was going for, but the whole commoditization of relationships and trying to break free of that was interesting to me.
I do think that's an interesting theme for a movie to tackle. I thought the theme of the movie was very interesting. I just did not like how they executed.
I was mildly interested in how they executed it, but you know, I think that's probably the long and short of how I feel on it. Now, Jacob.
And to be clear, I don't think this is like the worst movie ever. Like I think I gave this
It was the worst movie that you saw.
Well, I think I gave it a 1.5. Well, yeah, I had a good year for movies.
Yeah.
You gave it 2 out of 5.
Oh, okay, yeah, 2 out of 5.
You moved it up
yeah,
to a 2 when we watched it together.
Yeah.
Actually, he didn't.
Yeah, I definitely think War of the Worlds is worse. That's all.
I mean, of course, War of the Worlds is nothing worse, Bubby. I mean, I think we're reaching our closing thoughts on like Jacob. Had another.
Jacob, this was in contention for your best movie of the year. So I feel like
no, that's not true. That's not true. He picked 2 movies: No Other Choice or Weapons. Materialist wasn't even brought up. I'm just saying.
Was it not, Jacob?
No, it was because I was at one message Murky sent that was Jacob's best movie of the year.
It wasn't my best movie of the year, but it was something I considered and then discarded because it has. I'm not gonna come out and say that this movie isn't flawed. I would just say that both. I understand the promise people have with this movie. Both Celine Song films that she's made so far have really.
What's her other one?
Past Lives have really reflected a weirdly personal experience in which you find a filmmaker who is telling a story that really reflects how you relate with the world.
Yeah, I think that's
open
fair.
parentheses, derogatory close parentheses, in which the feelings are like weirdly raw, and like I said, I'm not. That's why when this wasn't a dodge debate person type bit when I said I'm not going to engage. It was because I'm not trying to convince you to like the acting or the execution, because kind of like what you were saying, there's potentially a relationship with how the story is being told that is coming through or not coming through. My main connection with this film is that I think, and you kind of brought this up, Colin, as well, I think that this movie is kind of about what it says on the tin, which is it's about like materialism. It's about
That's true, yeah.
Relating.
Excellent title.
Relating between a material reality and how we interact with that material reality, and how most of the ways that we interact with our material reality are really bad and stupid and dumb. And the thing that like really connects for me is how I find that she is able to, in my personal connection to it, balance between the immaterial and the abstract, because materialism isn't just about like material goods. It's about, and once again, I'm not
quantifiable. Like,
yeah, it's about
assessing value. You can make immaterial things
yes.
have a value with certain calculations. Right?
And the reason that
just like the U.S. dollar.
Colin, you've jumped to my point. Interestingly enough, the thing that I personally really relate to is, and I'm not saying this because no one else can relate to it through this lens, but rather explaining a piece of my background that helps inform my relationship to the work. as someone who works in a field that is entirely about translating the material and immaterial, or the physical and non-physical, into numbers that can be analyzed, and the immense failings of that field as a result of that. Like, I would say that Dakota Johnson's character sounds a lot like people in my profession I have been like,
that's
and
fair.
other
That's fair.
people I interact with on a constant basis.
Time Judge, let's
Uh,
wrap it up. Closing thoughts.
And
We
so
got 8 movies left. We got 8.
I know,
Fellas, we got
I know.
we got-
Look, we locked in for quite a long haul, and so I think
No, we only have
I
7.
I think one of the things
that-
that a lot of people rub up against in your like third act issues is sort of this tension between like the idealism and optimism of the movie in the context of what it's talking about. I'm going to throw out a recommendation, which is if you have that problem, I recommend a movie called Our Marriage, which is
Okay.
very similar to Materialists in that
Oh.
it's about the tensions that people face when come in conflict with the material reality in which they live in and the abstract concept of love. And Our Marriage comes to like a different relationship to that, but Materialist I think is all kind of about kind of what you're talking about, which is if you logically, and this is where I really like the movie and I think where a lot of people bounce off of it, which is I think that ultimately not only is this about like these abstract concepts, I think it's also kind of about rom-coms themselves, where I think a lot of people came in being like, why isn't this like a rom-com? This is a movie about being this is a movie about the conclusion being like, it makes no when I watched You've Got Mail, every logical part of my body says, why are these two people at the end kissing each other? But I do not care because at the end I've watched Tom Hanks and Meg Ryan kiss each other, and then I go, yes, yeah. And
so this movie takes tries to put more thought into it than that, and it works. Or
I think that there's an aspect to this where a lot of people rub up against that quote unquote intellectualism about it, and they say, why isn't this like other rom-coms? And I'm like, because this feels like someone coming to grips with, why do I like this thing? And then at the end of the day, it is, I don't know, I just kind of like Chris Evans, and that's my only reason, and that's an okay enough reason actually.
Even if he's a broke ass bitch.
Broke man propaganda.
Man. Yeah.
I have one more
Closing
thing. Very
thoughts.
quickly.
We have 8 movies. It's 8 movies. Where'd you get 7 movies from?
Much better love / exploration of like getting like overcoming like problems that you have in the face of true love that came out this year was Together. I thought that handled a very similar but different, a similar like pitting of like material differences and like not loving each other, not loving like things people do, but also like still like actually actively loving each other. Like the whole like Evangelion porcupine dilemma thing where like porcupines want to like be close but they just end up hurting each other in different ways, kind of like how Chris Evans hurts Dakota here with by his lack of money. I don't know. I think Together handles that in a much more much more interesting way, personally.
I would say that. I mean, I can't.
It's different. It's not the same. It's not the same.
It's a very different kind of film about relationships.
But I think it's tangential. I think it rhymes.
Sure, it's like poetry.
Yeah.
Scores.
Okay.
What were the final scores, everyone?
1.5. Oh no, 2.
I guess I'll go.
3.5 for me.
3.5. Yeah. I will throw in a 1 sentence mic drop moment for them. That's my final input on this. I gave it a 2 out of 5, but I'm gonna say, she acted the same way in Madam Web that she does in Materialist. That's all I'll say. Yeah. Literally the same acting.
Yeah.
The role called for more here, but I'll say less.
I disagree with that, but I cannot deny your feelings on her.
I do think that's a valid take. I also disagree with it, but I think it fits.
What do you give it, Jacob?
Yeah, I mean, it's I gave it a 4.5 and then I need to rewatch it to narrow it down if I feel like that actually sticks, or if I was just caught up in the moment when I first watched it, and if I narrow it down, because that's basically how I felt at the end of it, and I don't know. I have the same feelings about this movie as Dakota Johnson has about Chris Evans at the end of it, where I'm just like, I had a great time. I don't need to explain this to anybody.
Are we going to disappointing now?
Yeah,
we are. Yes,
can
and
we take a pee break in the middle before we move on.
If you really need to go, you can go. I'm gonna start talking about my pick
10
first.
seconds.
It's go
hold
Piz
on.
boy.
This is I got a bone to pick with you for this one. This is insane, and it's about to jump off into a crazy tangent.
I'm doing.
I completely agree, Pichu.
I'm also gonna go pee.
He's
I'm gonna piss and
I'm allowing this because I feel the least strongly about my disappointing pick, and my disappointing pick is Fantastic Four First Steps.
Oh, they're gone. I can talk about Fantastic Four First Steps and about how it's a bad movie.
I just like it was. I wasn't like profoundly disappointed for anything this year because I honestly wasn't like. I don't know. I don't these days go into many movies like expecting the world unless I don't know. It's like I guess I'm expecting a lot of like the final Spider-Verse movie because the first two movies literally were 5-star like top of my movies of all time listers. So like that I have expectations for. I didn't go into this year thinking anything like that for any movies. But I guess insofar as having expectations, seeing the trailers for Fantastic Four, I was like, this is a different perspective. This is a different world. We're doing something completely divorced from the rest of the MCU. Oh yeah, you gotta bring in the new crew.
Oh, here we go. Sorry.
Yeah, there we go. Oh my god. Okay.
What's Franklin? Look, we can eat on here, right?
And I just don't turn it into a mukbang, please.
This is a prison?
And I was just like, okay, I like trying something. It seems like it's gonna be trying something completely different, and also the tone of it with Galactus being taken like in a more serious tone. I was just like, okay, having something be this fatalistic, I'm interested to see how they pull it off. And how they pulled it off was the most boring milquetoast, like I don't know, just nothing burger way of doing it that like I was not having it at all. And like, you know, like the Fantastic Four has a lot of history. I'm not a huge Fantastic Four fan, but I understand the importance of like establishing the relationship between those characters. And they tried. I saw that when I was watching it, but it never clicked. The family never clicked. Reed and Sue never clicked as a couple to me.
I'll give you that.
Johnny and Ben never, like, they had, it felt surface level to me. The banter that they had did not feel real. I think maybe, like, there was some interactions between Ben and Reed where I was just like, okay, I'm catching a whiff of what their friendship is like. But it was all, there wasn't enough of it, or it was superficial to me. And then, like, the story is of trying to attack this, you know, approach this fatalist threat of, like, he's just going to destroy the world. And they do try to treat it with the seriousness of, like, you know, what if this was actually happening? What if this guy was just like, I'm going to eat you? And then everybody's just like, we have 10 days to live. And also it's reliant on this one woman not wanting to give up her child.
I did think that was stupid.
I don't disagree with
choice,
like
just give up the kid. I don't care. If
I'm not saying that. I don't agree with that. I don't think she should have given the kid.
Anyway, given that they were both fucking mutants.
I think they could. I think there was a more interesting way of approaching that than what they did, which was just saying, "No, I won't do it." Refuses to elaborate. We're gonna go save the world a different way. And that was kind of it, and I was super unimpressed by their execution on that concept of, like, we're not gonna make, you know, like, the concept of, like, I'm not gonna compromise on this, right? Like, you could do that in more interesting ways. I don't think this movie did anything interesting with that at all, and so, overall, it was just very lackluster to me. So that's why it's my most disappointing pick.
I'm going to jump in here such that we retain the structure of going from the people who are most sour on it to the people who are most in on it.
I like that.
And then
I
we
like
have a
that.
consistent flow, and also we
Mhm.
gotta end on a high note rather than on a low note.
Sure.
And so what I'm going to talk about is I'm going to bring up the point that I brought up to Nick after seeing this movie and then crashing out at him for an hour and a half.
Oh
after
yeah, I
seeing the
remember that
movie,
night. Yeah.
Which is this movie, and I'm not saying that this can't similar to Materialist in the way you talked about Materialist. There is an interesting concept that could be had from what I'm about to say, but I don't think this movie does it, which is I think that this movie feels like someone reading the Bible and then being like, doesn't feel like we got enough of Joseph's perspective.
Oh,
How come we didn't spend enough time thinking about what Joseph thinks about this? And what Joseph is thinking about it is, wow, crazy.
damn, bro,
And then
that's
you're like,
crazy.
you got anything else to say, Joseph? And he's like, yeah, here's a plan. And you're like, okay. And then 2 seconds later, he restates the plan again to you, and you're like, yeah, no, I heard when you talked about the plan earlier. And he's like, no, this is a completely different plan. And then he says the same plan a second time, and you're like, kind of sounds like it was the same plan, Joseph. Kind of sounds like we're just doing the same bit again. And then it just really culminates in this way that makes me feel. Once again, maybe this is a personal thing. Yeah, hollow. Maybe it's a personal thing where I find that the depiction of parenthood and the depiction of having a child to be somewhat of a touchy subject for me personally. And I think this movie does a really poor job around its main premise about the stress of having a child, because it very rarely engages with that, and instead is entirely sort of it tries to focus in on the anxieties of fatherhood and doesn't really give any statement on it. It is just Reed Richards is kind of stressed and then kind of a dick, and then he's stressed again, and then his wife gives one speech and then she's a mom, and so come on guys, and then the movie ends.
Yeah.
And it feels really diminishing to like it in a movie that is about how important a child is. It uses parenthood and children as like uninteresting props. Yeah.
I agree with that.
Yeah, do Vici or Colin, do y'all have any?
I mean, I was gonna let Colin go and then begin my.
I honestly, I don't super disagree with a lot of what you guys said, but at the same time, I like this is gonna boil down to like I liked it. I had a good time.
You had more fun.
Yeah,
with it than
it was
we
a
did.
it was
That's
a
totally
fun, albeit formulaic superhero movie. I didn't like Pedro Pascal. I have to admit. I think
agree with you there.
I'm cooling on him. I think everything he's done since Game of Thrones is downhill. I'm not gonna lie. I still think Game of Thrones is his best role.
He was good at Last of Us. He was pretty good.
I didn't watch that.
Okay, well, fair.
He's pretty good in the Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent.
Oh my god. Okay, yeah, you're
That was
right.
pretty
You're right.
cool.
That is his best role.
I
Yeah,
don't really
you're
like
right.
that movie that much. I'll be honest.
Really? I love that movie.
We're not talking about that movie.
Okay. I thought something I didn't love was the Silver Surfer plotline, kind of not really going anywhere.
I forgot about it. To be entirely honest, kind of forgot about it.
Using Johnny as like he spends half of the third act of the movie just going over papers, translating to try to give her a speech that doesn't actually fix anything. It resolves nothing in the plot.
That's where I'm like, I could see something cool about it being futile, but you still wanted to, like, it still needed to be done just to establish.
I think they needed to give him one more scene to express, have his character express that he wanted that. All that being said, I had a lot of fun with the movie. I don't think it was disappointing because I was going into it pretty much expecting exactly what I got. And I thought the action was really, really well done. I really liked the action in that movie. The camera work and the cinematography, I don't even think you can call it camera work and cinematography because it's
CGI.
CG. But I thought it was really cool. All the Silver Surfer action scenes, she was fucking awesome.
They did great stuff with scale. in
Yeah,
those
exactly. I
scenes around
completely like the
Galactus.
the shot of Galactus's fucking goofy hat
Mhm.
over New York City. I love that shot. Like, and
Yeah.
this editing all of the like period piece footage of industry when they're going. I really like the editing and the cinematography and the pacing. The pacing in this movie I thought was excellent. It was quick to the point. There were a few hiccups when it had to do with like when they were like trying to figure out what to do. Like I felt like they spent a little bit too much time in front of a chalkboard, but also that's Reed's character, so like I'll give him that. I don't know. I liked it. I gave it a 7. I enjoyed it
Oh,
about
he's
as much
jumping
as
to
I.
the score. He's jumping to the score.
Oh,
We
sorry.
can mention the score as we're talking.
All right.
Yeah,
But Beachy,
I gave it a
what-
7.
are you the Glazer
I liked
Beachy
it.
then?
All right, I'll come in. I'll come in. All right, this is my time to defend this movie, but also I have to put out a few disclaimers. Disclaimer one: I don't even really think this movie is the best movie in the world. I'll be honest. It's not.
I don't think
I don't
anybody in
think
this call
movie-
does.
Like,
Yeah.
I'm not defending this movie like this movie
Sure,
is the best
sure,
thing in
sure,
the
sure.
world. The main points I have contention with this pick is disclaimer number two. I had to put this in there. I am pretty bought into the MCU. I have a lot of stock in it, but I'm also able to discern from MCU projects that I fucking hate. I don't like every
This guy
MCU project.
loves Ant-Man Quantumania.
So that's my disclaimer. I am bought into the MCU, but I can also hate bad MCU projects. And honestly, my expectations for this movie weren't even that high. I was just like, oh well, it can't be worse than Four Stick. It could not possibly be
Actually,
worse than
I think that plays a big part into why this wasn't disappointing to me because this was better than
I haven't
any
seen Fan Four
adaptation
Stick,
of
so I
Fantastic
wouldn't know.
Four.
I wouldn't
So
know.
that's like this thing I want to kind of attack about this pick. There's two things. One, I'm trying to envision how the fall off from this movie could be so disappointing for you. There's one thing I just can't picture, and I would love to hear it.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
two, this Colin's gonna probably join me on this one. All right, this is an MCU movie. This is basically an MCU movie. I'm not gonna say this movie is like doing something special where it kind of branches off from like because like that's in a bit of the advertising. They're like, oh, this is an MCU movie that's not an MCU movie, but it
It's
really
MCU.
just
It's
boils
an
down
MCU
to being it's an MCU movie. Okay. The Stranger Things finale is the MCUification.
We're
Yeah,
not.
yeah,
This
yeah,
is
yeah,
you.
yeah,
You
yeah,
want
yeah,
this?
yeah.
You want us to get through the
And
rest
you
of these picks?
liked the Stranger Things finale. Please make it.
You're
make sense.
okay. All right. All right.
Murky,
Now, all right. Let
I'm
me have
ready
my
to
piece.
pounce. I'm ready
Yeah.
to pounce.
Yeah. Okay. We have to do this quickly because we have so many
Oh wait,
more movies to get through.
wait. Hold on, wait. One more thing. Before I actually, before you go into that, I do want to talk about the things I genuinely enjoy about the film too.
Sure.
Because I think I'm the highest person who rated this film. I had to, out of the four of us, I enjoyed the film the most. If you look at the
What'd you
stats.
give it?
I give it a 4 out of 5.
Okay.
I think the combat was awesome. The space shit was awesome. Any of the Silver Surfer stuff was awesome. I fucking loved Vanessa Kirby as Sue Storm, and
Oh, yeah.
I really loved the kind of like a trope or cliche. And I don't know if that's the right word in like film is writing a character to be the smartest person in the world and balancing how to make that watchable. And I think how this film tackled it was interesting because they made Reed the smartest person in the world, but also he's also kind of an asshole. And in that one scene where where Sue Storm is like, "Oh man, how the fuck do we get out of the situation?" And then like Mr. Fantastic is just like, "I don't know, I don't know." The entire time, and then she's like, "Oh my fucking god, are you fucking serious?" I think that was like one of the. I mean, it's been a while since I've seen the scene, since I've seen the movie, so there might be a few scenes I'm forgetting that also spoke to me. But like that was one of the scenes I definitely remember. And I'm just like, oh, it's kind of like it's interesting. He knows the answer, but he's balancing out like I don't want to be a fucking dickhead and just say it. So he's just gonna be like, oh, I don't know. But he knows, and then she's like, oh, he fucking knows, but she won't tell me. And
That was
I
the
just
one
thought
scene
that
I liked Pedro in. I really enjoyed that scene.
Okay, so
I like that scene. So you
yeah,
have the floor.
to address where your questions are coming from, the point I was coming in from as far as like the MCU perspective, I guess I did fall for the marketing a bit because it visually is so different and it is literally set on a different Earth. So I was just like, okay, they'll maybe do some crazier stuff. They did crazy stuff in like Multiverse of Madness. I have lots of issues with that movie for different reasons, but you can't say that they didn't like throw some shit at the wall and do some, fucking multiverse shit there. And I was just like, okay, if we're gonna just allow that to happen at this point, why not, do a entirely different vibe for this different world? So I fell for the marketing of it there. As far as the other MCU content, I've recently gotten caught up on the other MCU movies. So that included Wakanda Forever, Captain America, and the whatever the fuck, Brave New World.
That's a rude way to salute your president, Red Bull.
and Thunderbolts. So that was a whole gamut of like Wakanda Forever was kind of okay. Brave New World, big stinky. That was awful. And then Thunderbolts, really actually liked that movie. I think I gave that one a 4 out of 5. And that movie has a found family dynamic, which is a topic we'll come back to later.
We gotta get to that. We gotta get to that.
And
what's that? Chuck the.
I'm dropping little hints, sorry, for the future of people staying tuned in.
This is foreshadowing.
This is foreshadowing.
You want to drop in an hour and a half into the podcast?
The Thunderbolts family dynamic. I had a really good time with seeing them. Their interactions with each other felt so natural to me in a way that I did not feel at all in Fantastic Four. Which, when you have Marvel's first family as your poster characters, I was looking for that kind of connection, and it was just missing for me. And when you talk about the scene where Reed and Sue are arguing about what the decision needs to be on how to solve this world-ending threat, I did not feel that connection to, like, establishing where they are, their relation to each other. I think it does a good, it does establish, yes, Reed is an asshole, which is why he's doing the calculus in his head, but it doesn't, it almost, like, undermines, then, their ability to talk to each other in a way that, like, yeah, they argue, but they argue in a way that is not, it is frustrating in a, I don't think it was a way they intended it to be frustrating to the audience, to me at least. And so that
Nick, can I jump in?
Sure.
On that point, it ends up feeling like it never feels like, for me, we're using qualifying statements. For me, it never feels like two characters having it never feels like two, this might be very funny. It never feels like two people within a narrative having a conversation. It feels like two characters,
two archetypes that are
archetypes. I am mom and he is dad, and we are now fighting in this scene. And I never find real tension from that because I never connect with these characters as fully fleshed individuals
Reed is
within
the
asshole
Brainiac archetype, but he is not a character beyond that in that moment for me.
He doesn't even within this film, he doesn't even feel like Brainiac asshole archetype because I don't feel a way about. And I think this might also be an issue with, as Colin brought up, the Pedro Pascal performance.
I think that's a huge part of why this movie fell flat. A lot of elements for me.
And for me, I think Pedro Pascal's a good actor. I don't want to put this on Pedro Pascal. I just think that he is being. I don't feel this way, but maybe this relates to sort of what Colin is getting at in Materialist, is that, or even some of the other movies that we've talked about, when you're given material, or like in Running Man, when you're a good actor and you're given material, sometimes the movie is asking you to be Josh Allen for the movie, and not every actor is going to end up being Josh Allen for the movie. You're still going to lose the game, unfortunately.
Sick Bills reference to throw in there for all our NFL fans.
Football.
I'm so pissed.
Yeah.
I mean, so like I'm seeing what you're saying, but that's like, I guess my point of contention isn't, so I am able to, like, I can tell, I guess just like how Jacob can tell that some people might not bounce off Materius like I don't think everyone's gonna bounce off Fantastic Four, first steps because it's an MCU movie. So like I get that. I understand that. It's a superhero movie, and also in retrospect, when Superman came out, I definitely enjoyed Superman more than this. But now, my point that I'm trying to really drill in is that this is literally just an MCU movie.
Yeah.
I get what
completely agree
that's
with
that
that.
so
is like
when
an
my
MCU
So
type.
can Your Honor, can I approach the bench? Can I approach the bench
I would
for
like
evidence
I
in
would like to
defense of my
just tie
client?
one thing back to what I was saying earlier. Is that it's for me, I'm thinking of Thunderbolts being a good example of what Fantastic Four fails at for me. And like it's another MCU movie, and it has a lot of MCU-isms that probably annoy a lot of people as well. I think the stuff that it does around the found family works for me, and then the family stuff in Fantastic Four does not work for me. And it's like they can do it. They
Okay,
did it in
I like
Thunderbolts,
that.
so,
I understand
okay.
that.
You may approach the
That's
bench, Jacob.
That's a crystal clear answer for me.
On the disappointment front, on the potential accusation that I think was charged at Nicholas Mercadante,
Doxing him. Okay, we
Doxing
doxed him.
I
Don't
doxed
name.
myself at the beginning of this. I doxed myself on
Um,
every episode of Horsing Around.
when I had my crash out at him, it was before
I
he
don't
had seen the
know.
movie, and I had not, and he had not seen the film yet. And as a result, when I was doing that, he had a general positive reaction. I would say, Nick, you were looking forward to the movie, and what you would relate to me is that you were expecting what Bishu was talking about. A
Yep.
fun time at the Marvel movies. You had that baseline expectation.
Yeah,
and
I saw it with Mark and
it
Angela,
fell
who both liked it,
below
and I
that.
was just like, man, I did not get the same experience out of this. Like, I don't know. It's interesting to have that conversation coming out of the theater. But
I mean, we had that same conversation walking out of Multiverse of Madness.
yeah, very similar. But yeah, I think we should probably wrap this up here. I that's just kind of where I'm at. To quickly address the fucking Stranger Things thing, I'll say in a similar vein to what I said about how things worked in Thunderbolts for me, I think a lot of the character stuff in Stranger Things worked for me, and it didn't work for a lot of people, apparently. But it worked for me, so I like Stranger
Same.
Things. Yeah, whatever.
Same.
We don't have time to get into Stranger. We could make a whole fucking podcast about the Stranger Things shit, but we aren't doing
It was
that.
written in ChatGPT. It was a ChatGPT.
That was horrifying. Finding that out. Tori told me that.
ChatGPT. You support ChatGPT.
Tori told me that in the middle of the night, and I shot up in bed. I'm like, what the fuck?
I'm gonna be so honest with you, Moki. I found that out when I watched it. When I watched the season.
All right. Anyways, that's my most disappointing movie. I gave it a 2 out of 5. And if we want to just quickly go around, I know we said some of our scores.
I gave it a 3.5.
I'm at a 4 out of 5 for Fantastic Four. But honestly, it if I rewatch it again, it could jump down to 7 out of 10. It could happen. I haven't seen it in a while.
It was a fun, harmless superhero movie.
Yeah, superhero.
That didn't take itself too seriously. Fun action. That's what I got out of it from it. I like some of the character interactions. I don't know. I liked it. I had a good time.
Jacob, your score?
2 out of 5.
2 out of 5. Alrighty. Who should we jump to next year? I'm trying to think. If anybody wants to.
I can give a quick. I'm just gonna speak about about my honorable mention.
Oh yeah.
We have room for one because we both picked Mickey 17.
You stick to Mickey 17? Okay, I see.
I do stick to that because of the pedigree that Bong has created around himself with his previous masterpieces.
We can get into that once you do your honorable mention, I guess.
Yeah, my honorable mention for most disappointing is K-pop Demon Hunters.
This doesn't make any sense to me either. I don't.
Hey, Colin.
How much hype could you have?
Colin,
I had a lot of hype.
Colin, I would like. Look, I am happy that other people really enjoyed this film, but I know Colin and I have had our differences in the past in this very episode. But I would like to reach my hand out across the digital space-time to shake your hand in an alliance.
Thank you. I graciously accept that olive branch.
I really want to enjoy that movie. It's in line of stuff that I really enjoy, and I think that script
It
is
killed it. It should
at-
have been 45 minutes longer or a two-part movie.
Or it should have been 45 minutes shorter and just been a short film. Like,
Hey, listen,
No,
I don't
because
love to
it's
defend this movie that much. I like the songs. The songs are good.
yeah.
Songs are good.
I was gonna
The
say
animation's
it needs that runtime so it can play to its strengths, which are cool visual sequences and really really good catchy K-pop songs, which are excellent. I think the music and the animation, the fight choreography and the animation, beautiful in this movie. So it's no Chainsaw Man, but we'll get to that.
This guy's dropping more hints.
But the entire emotional arc of Rumi was completely unbelievable from any audience perspective.
Fine,
I think
that's fine. That's fine.
No, okay. The scene that ties it all together, my critique all together to me, is when she goes to the aunt and she's like, "Why couldn't you love me?" And the aunt's like, "I do," and she's like, "All of me." We never get to see any of her as a child, any of the trauma she got from repressing those tattoos or whatever as a child. We never got that build up. We only saw the aunt one time before that in the movie, and it was in a exposition sequence, and that's literally the only other time we see that character in that movie.
No,
and that was supposed to be the focal point of her like fuck you to the establishment, like what if I'm half demon, like that kind of thing. And it fell so flat because of that, and then because of that, everything that follows also feels flat.
Yeah, and I don't need a whole backstory being shown, but
I just need something.
Yeah, I need a true conclusion to these emotions, because this is one of my main concerns about that movie. One of my problems with it is that, and you can call me out if this is not a disingenuous reading, but ostensibly what it feels like the end of that movie is a bunch of people saying, "It's okay, we don't really care that you're a half-blood." Yeah. And then they pat them on the back and then keep moving. And you're like sorry, what'd you say?
Yeah. No, I read it exactly the same way.
Yeah, I will say I don't understand how this reaches like disappointing levels, because I just didn't go in with any expectations, I guess.
That's what I'm saying. But
I guess, you know what, I guess that's fair. I will take I'll say this is my entry. That's
I definitely agree with your criticism of it.
Fantastic Four. I just wanted to shit on the movie a little bit, to be honest.
I think
this was the only open slot on my yeah.
I think K-pop Demon Hunters, and we don't have to transition to this movie, and my pick for most disappointing share similar things, in which I went in so excited for it to be my shit, and then maybe that's on me, but
all right, but now for
I don't think it's on
the joint the joint
wait, should we save this? Should we do companion and then Mickey as a finale for this category, since it's a joint?
Just spoiling the names all over the place. I don't know.
This guy's fucking cutting corners. What are you doing here?
I think we can do y'all's joint pick, and like
okay.
Yeah.
My actual most disappointing movie, Hour was Mickey 17. I put this for no other reason than it was mid at best, and it's from Bong Joon-ho. Like those two facts,
mid, I would say.
Those two facts, and Robert Pattinson is the lead, and fucking what's his name, Hulk is the antagonist.
And Hulk is there.
Yeah, Mark Ruffalo is the antagonist. Like it was set up to be so perfect, and the idea, and yet another like class commentary from Bong Joon-ho. Like he knows how to do those very well. He's very poignant and isn't like lectury or tacky in the way he does
this
it.
Felt
and
very
I felt that in this. Yeah, exactly. I felt that in this movie a lot.
So can I jump in real quick off of what you just said?
Yeah.
This is the other movie that I think about a lot when I talk about the same stuff I had problems with Running Man, where if Running Man is the worst example of this, Mickey 17 really suffers from like for lack of a better term, onlineification.
Yes, we're coming back to that. Yeah.
Thought, where
I don't know, you finish.
Previous iterations of his class commentary feel nuanced and interesting, and this class commentary strips all of the nuance and structure, specifically the interweaving of political commentary, like true political commentary with the economic commentary, into almost two separate entities in this film, really do a disservice to the message this is trying. It kind of hints at the idea that these two things are connected, but it just states them as fact, and by stating them as fact, it reinforces like almost like the natural aspects about this, because when you start pushing at any of these things, the meta structure of this narrative really starts to fall apart. None of these characters make sense within the actual context in which Bong is pulling from in order to create this story. And it becomes very frustrating because it feels very much like online discourse about things where we've stripped all the humanity out of it and are just talking about the things as directly as possible, and so you lose a lot of the interesting narrative structure in doing that. When you just have a character that is, hey, get it? It's Donald Trump. He's bad. And I'm like, I know that. Do you have anything else to say about that? And they're like, yeah,
No.
he's kind of a doofus. And I'm like, wow,
Oh.
biting.
Great.
Oh wait, hold on. I forgot. Hold on. I gotta get my.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah, you gotta get your new
wait,
cast member.
Where is he?
While he's
Where
pulling
is
out
he?
the new cast member, Vichu, this is also.
Oh, I
your
thought it was
pick,
going to be one of
so-
the
yeah,
one
I
of the
mean-
worms.
So I mean, this was my me and Colin's pick, but like, just kind of like I want to say building off, but my personal reason for why I picked this film, I like Bong Joon-ho. It's like literally one of my favorite directors. Snowpiercer is one of my favorite movies.
Yeah.
He I think I've watched most of his long films. Like I think there might be like one or two that I have not seen. And I don't really want to watch short films too much. He's got a million, and then there's one that he's credited in for. But like I've watched a lot of his ones. I watched Parasite, Memories of Murder, Uksha, The Host, Mother. Like I've seen those, and like I know what he can do. And it was just like when I was so confused, when I think about disappointment, that's why I was like kind of going back to like, your pick, Murky. I was like, what could you possibly be envisioning when you're walking into Fantastic Four? Because like when I'm walking into Mickey 17, I'm like thinking in my head, holy shit, this is one of my favorite directors. He's cooking something up. We got Robert Pattinson, who has been climbing up my fucking like favorite actors list. I'm like in my head, I'm like got these rose tinted glasses, like they're ready to go, and I'm in the theater and I'm fucking watching this movie, and it's just incoherent. And especially once we hit that third act, I was just like, I was shocked. I was just like, who directed this movie? Because this is not my Bong. Bong would not do this to me. And I just the credits roll. The end of the movie is written directed by Bong Joon-ho, and I'm just stun locked. And that's kind of like one of the this is the most disappointing movie. It's because I put this guy is on a pedestal for me. This guy fucking writes some of my favorite movies. I'm fucking thinking this guy's got a heater. He's got the cast is stacked. What could possibly go wrong? And then when I walk in, I'm like, I'm about to eat my fucking nice tomahawk steak and medium rare with truffle butter, and they just gave me shit. Shit. And then they tell me Bong Joon-ho made this. He's your favorite chef, right? And I'm eating and just like every bite. I'm just like, Bong made this? It's not possible.
This doesn't taste like Bong.
This doesn't say like Bong at all. This is Bongless.
As short and concise as I can make it. I was just stunned that one of my favorite directors could put something out like that. Because this movie, once we reach that third act and it becomes like these fucking about those animals, and then there's the rock, it becomes incorrect.
I forgot about the rock.
That is very interesting because I'll try to be quick, but like the third act is actually where I started to get more interested in at least what it was trying to say. That it was flawed execution for sure, but like I was at least seeing what it was getting at, and I was just like, I like the humanity of it, especially with like trying to reestablish connection or whatever. But it just was so rocky all over on the way there and once we were there as well. And like, yeah, I don't know. I think this also of taking into account everybody's picks for most disappointing, I think this does come in for me even more disappointing than Fantastic Four, because I feel like I saw glimmers of Bong's typical greatness in what he writes and what he can put out. I thought the ending was very good, especially with that dream sequence right at the end, and like recovering from the trauma and moving forward was something I thought was like a very good, I don't know, message to kind of put out there in relation to all the things they're trying to say. But like Jacob said, it feels very online-ified, especially with Mark Ruffalo's character. I bet Mark Ruffalo was so excited to play the biggest buffoon impression of Donald Trump possible, because Lord knows he is very vocal about hating that man, and good on him for it. But like, it just reeks of that online kind of discourse that Mark Ruffalo also participates in to a certain degree.
It feels like the it feels like the SNL impression that we got tired of, and especially like, here's a big problem I have with these online things, and it's not just because I hate online discourse. It's because I find that those interpretations are incredibly reductive. So when you watch something like that and you come to the modern day, you're like, this fucking sucks. Sorry, I entered into attack mode. Continue. I'm sorry.
It's all right. You gotta have some fire in you sometimes. I wonder if because this movie came out in 2025, it must have been in production in, COVID years, in going out of COVID, 2023, whatever. We had Joe Biden in office, but the cycle was ramping up again, and Donald Trump was, becoming obviously the next Republican nominee. And like, I wonder if Bong Joon-ho was just like, I've made these nuanced fucking movies so many times, and the common man's just not getting it. So I'm gonna be fucking on the nose this time, and they better fucking get it.
That's an
and
interesting way to read that.
Yeah.
The execution suffers heavily for that, as we've discussed. I don't know. Maybe that was the intention.
What I would say about that, though, I because that happens a lot with movies. There's I can't think of any examples off the top of my head, but there are several times in which a director will make the same movie over and over again, and then get so frustrated with like Martin Scorsese's The Irishman is literally this, where Scorsese got so tired of people being like, dude, Goodfellas, isn't it fucking cool, that he made an entire movie about how the explicit intent of, if you're a mobster, all your friends will die and you will be alone shitting yourself as you like, no one likes you anymore. That's the life of a mobster. It's not fucking cool. And The Irishman's biggest problems is that it has to go out of its way to tell the audience that, but that is what it's about. I truly think that this is like a suffering from success movie.
Interesting.
Where he wanted to go do kind of a blockbustery comedic interpretation, and in doing that, I think that comedic commentary is one of the most important tools in anti-fascist media. But also, if you're not on the money with that, it's going to come off really bad. Yeah. And I think that
as it often does in online discourse.
Yes, I think this movie suffers from that a lot, in which it ends up not feeling, same as Running Man, it doesn't feel like having a take on a political ideology or movement. It instead is a series of buzzwords we're all familiar with that we then state and go, wow, exactly. That's why the ending where they destroy the machine feels insane, because the machine is not the machine is not the problem. The problem is the wider political structure that allowed for Mark Ruffalo's character to
they're literally on a ship full of people that were cultists for Mark Ruffalo's character.
But this is what doesn't make sense, because Mark Ruffalo's character acts like an asshole, and then the system goes, man, that guy's no good. And I'm like, what are you saying here? What is being said by this happening? Who are these people? Yeah. When that one lady who is invited up to dinner, sorry for calling her that one lady, I'm saying that because I don't remember the character's name.
I don't remember.
That one character goes up with Mickey 17 to the dinner, and they're like, oh, come in, and then he like sexually harasses her, and then also tries to kill Mickey, and she's like, this is wrong. And I'm like, lady, you're one of the sycophants. Who are you?
Oh, don't worry. We don't get that answer. It's not important. She goes away and then doesn't come back for the rest of the movie. The second act.
This Fantastic Four and Running Man suffer from this big problem of online identity around quote unquote the mob, where the movie just goes, yeah, people just act like a mob sometimes, and you're like, but that happens for like a reason.
There are
man."
reasons.
You have to
Those should
think
be
about that, because
investigated.
that contextualizes and within your narrative structure gives purpose, and not just from like a meta commentary standpoint about what this movie is about. Internally, the structure of the film needs to be driven forward by these base ideas, such that as an audience member I can understand the stakes and the emotions that each character is feeling. Multiple times in Mickey 17 I go, why does this character think and feel this way? And not in a, ooh, let me think about that within the context of my own life. No, it's me going, who are you?
Who are
I
yes?
felt that most with his girlfriend. I can't remember her name.
That too.
either,
Yeah,
but-
Her name was Nasha. I just looked at
Nasha.
Nasha.
Yeah. I felt like I had no idea at any point when she was on screen. I had not an inkling of what her motivations were or what she was gonna do next.
Why
and
did
not
she
in
get
a
on
good
the
way.
ship? Why did she get on the
Yeah,
ship?
I
It feels like
I
that's an
literally don't
important
know.
question we should be asking about all of the main characters when the setup is this is a cult ship for cultists who love Mark Ruffalo Trump. And then it just doesn't ask that question at any of the main characters, really, except for Mickey, which it goes out of its way to set up his scenario, and it's done very awkwardly. It's like, okay, I guess, but now you don't spend any time explaining any of the people around him's reasoning for being on the ship, and that feels like a massive void when compared to Mickey. Yeah, just
The
messy.
ending of her becoming a counselor is like the key example here. Similar to blowing up the machine, is that it's like, what are you actually saying about the structure here? Because this doesn't really make any sense. Why is she becoming a counselor other than the fact, like, see, we've overthrown the despot and now someone good's in charge? And you're like, but what does that mean? Who is the council? Why are we here? What is the point of all this? All I'm left is with these questions. I'm not questioning in a way that makes me self-reflect on myself. It makes me self-reflect on the capacity of the artist to understand the like context in which they are making this work in.
Yeah, I think that's a good point to hit our final thoughts and move on here. I'm
sorry,
yeah, if you want to close out first.
No, I don't have anything. I was like that's basically it. That's movie stinked.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I gave it a 2 out of 5.
I gave it a. I forget what I gave it. I only rated it for the first time today, so hang on.
I give it a 2.5 out of 5 while we wait for Collins.
I
also
gave it a 2.5 out of 5.
Yeah, I gave it a 2.5 out of 5.
Yeah,
For the good half, bad half.
Robbie Pat's is fun in the movie. I like it. Like
he does well. Yeah.
His accent,
he's doing a funny little voice.
I think by the end, I kind of came around to the voice, but it took so long for me to come around.
I'm gonna be honest. I liked it from the get go. I don't know what it was. I just thought it was quirky and fun and just like a little thing for him to do. It was nice.
Yeah, I don't know. But anyways, we got one more disappointing pick to cover here. Jacob, what was your most disappointing movie 2025?
Yes. For this thing to make sense, I will say that my movie is 2025, but now I request a video to be played to explain what this movie is about, in case you didn't watch Companion last year.
Okay. Yeah. Did you send it as a link?
I sent it in the chat.
All right. Let me see. Can I full screen it? I can't full screen it here. Perfect.
Yeah. Thank you. Perfect. Thank you.
Hello, Basil. Hello.
Can you share it with the rest of us? So the people
yes.
in the call.
Yeah. Right. You're right. Doesn't matter.
Thank you.
How am I supposed to?
Yeah, he's gonna share it on the screen real quick.
Okay, and then there we go. All right.
You got mail. Hello, Basil. Hello, Austin. How was your honeymoon?
Well, it turns out that Vanessa was a fembot.
Yes, we knew all along, sadly.
That's good. I'll let Jacob. Give a spiel.
You didn't pick this movie.
I know.
You might have noticed that clip took less than a minute to deliver its setup, its punchline, and its resolution. And unfortunately, Companion has about the same emotional and intellectual depth as Vanessa being a sex bot or a fembot, sorry, as
Fuckbot's such a bad term.
Well, that's what they refer to the character in
I
Companion
don't like the.
as.
I don't like to say
I like
fuckbot. You're a companion. Yeah, go fuck yourself, man.
In the movie
Wait,
Companion,
where's your
it
guest?
has
Where's your companion?
about as.
Oh yeah,
I'm
where is
gonna
she?
die.
Where is she? Where is she?
Oh, sorry, you're right. Hold on. Let me get the guest. Wait, hold on. Oh, there.
Oh my god! Wait, is that him from Scream?
That's him in this movie.
Oh, damn it. I thought that would have been...
Now, he also does
I
the
would've
same
got
bit in Scream, which is why I assume he got this movie. Anyway, let's talk about how, hey, remember how we talked about a bunch of other movies, like Mickey 17 2 seconds ago, about how it has an actor making some choices in which you do not have fun with? Hey, guess what? I love Jack Quaid. I love my boy. Anyway, that guy's been in this and the fucking one where he doesn't feel pain, and I'm so sad. I'm so upset about where my son is at. A man who was at the pinnacle when the new Scream came out, and I said, God, I'm all in on Quaid. Give me everything you can give. And now I'm. It just he feels like he's suffering from the fact that people don't know how to use him. I think he's really charming and really charismatic, and can also do the like weird guy thing. But I think that Companion is like a perfect example of someone having that thought and not knowing how to utilize it within their narrative, and just being like, that's fine, we'll just plug him in and it'll work out. And all you do is you sit there and you're like, I don't like this performance, I don't like this character. And not in the way the movie wants you to not like them, which is like, oh, this character's like a bad guy. No, I just don't think this character is super. It has the same. This character has the same problem as Harry Styles in "Don't Worry, Darling," where the movie is pointing at him, going, "See, get it? He's the." And similar to Mark Ruffalo in Mickey 17, where the movie spends the entire movie pointing at him, being like, "Get it? He's bad." And I'm like, yeah, I got that. I understand. And it just delivers this story that is so less than the sum of its parts. It doesn't want to ask any interesting questions. To invoke another movie, it has a similar problem as 2024's The Creator, where it proposes a bunch of interesting ideas with a sci-fi concept, and you're like, are we going to explore any of those? And they're going to be like, we'll mention all of them. We won't do anything with them. We'll make sure we, as Nick noted earlier in this episode, we'll check the box. And you're like, oh, are you anything else? They're like, yeah, then the movie's gonna end.
So that's the disappointment for you, is the interesting ideas and then the failure of execution on them.
Well, I mean, interesting ideas, the failure of execution on them. There's an additional aspect about the marketing of this movie, which I sort of note, but my review is not about the marketing of this movie. I don't want to negate a movie's. There are other movies where the marketing sets something up. I would say Materialist is one of those movies. The Materialist sets up its traditional rom-com, and then it basically isn't that. A lot of A24 movies.
Would you say it subverts the viewer's expectations a little bit?
No, because A24 just makes ads that try and make the movie as sellable as possible in the ad to get people in the door to watch the movie they think is good. I would not say it subverts expectations. I would say the A24 marketing department is very skilled at their jobs and tries to get people in the door. This movie has a first initial ad that proposes a very interesting premise.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a guy who likes movies about relationships as determined by Materialists, and as is the reason I really enjoyed Materialists, but also enjoy a lot of other films, bringing up You've Got Mail again. But like, this movie proposes the idea about exploring relationships. In the marketing, it's about exploring relationships between two people who are flawed. That is revealed to not be what this movie's about. This movie is about like control and toxic relationships and that sort of thing. But it never actually wants to explore any of those ideas. This is the thing about Companion versus something like Materialist for me. I'm fine with people saying Materialist is bad and a bad execution, but it does try and explore an idea, whether you think it explores that idea well or not. It
I agree.
has a concept that it's going to commit to, and you can say it failed at committing to it or it didn't fail at committing it. This movie, why it's disappointing for me, is it doesn't try. It doesn't try anything. It puts out a bunch of feelers just to see if any of these things are interesting to you, and then gives up on them. It isn't shot very interestingly. It doesn't have any real catharsis in a movie that should give you a ton of catharsis by the end of it. I should want Jack Quaid to be strung up like Mussolini by the end of this film.
I just don't.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And when this movie concludes, I'm like, it still gives the "we got the bad guys" guy, almost like it's trying to be Ex Machina, but everything up to that has been so empty and vapid and a dumb crime subplot for no apparent reason that I'm just like, oh cool, he's dead. That means the movie is over.
Yeah.
I like to build off this.
I had an okay.
Because so if it wasn't for Bong Joon-ho, putting poop on my plate, this actually would have been my choice. And I don't really only because of the pedigree I held Bong that I picked Mickey 17. But this movie, I have kind of two main gripes. I think we have different interpretations of the marketing and gripes for sure. Because I think when it comes to the marketing of this movie, there's one scene in the movie that is just completely ruined by the marketing. There's no tension. Yeah. There's no stakes. It's just was that supposed to be shocking? Because the film is yeah, whoa, you see that? You see it coming? And it's the scene where Jack Quaid's character is just all right, turn off. And then the screen cuts to black, and it's just oh my god, you didn't see that one coming. And it was plastered all over the fucking trailers, the poster, that she's a fucking robot.
So
that's so crazy to me that they fucking even thought about being
I would like to jump in here and say I
saw
experienced
that with
this
Brave New World
not
as well.
Yeah.
That's true. Brave New World.
Yeah, I don't want to stick on it too long, but that the marketers, to Jacob's point, they do this constantly these days. It is tragic how they spoiled it.
And also, we didn't bring up that Companion. She does also turn into the Red Hulk in this movie. That was something that really bothered me.
It's a minor detail.
So I had the unique experience of I had never heard of this movie before.
I hadn't either. Honestly,
I didn't know what. I didn't look at anything. I just watched the movie, and I didn't know that she was a robot going into it. I figured it out pretty early because first of all, his pet name for her is Beep Boop. He does the weather thing immediately, and the Iris go to sleep. I knew that was her whatever the opposite of a wake word would be for Alexa. I knew that was it as soon as he stopped fucking her and was just Iris go to sleep. And I was like, oh, and you didn't hear her turn her back in annoyance and rustle a little bit. It was just silence. I was like, oh, okay, she's definitely a robot then. And also the movie's perspective that isn't exposition begins with him saying, Iris, wake up. Yeah. Which I think is, I'll say those things are clever, but exactly what Jacob said, it never explored. For me, the big theme that I wanted to see it explore and didn't was the idea of implanted memories and what does that actually mean? Does that invalidate one's own experience if their memories are fake, but they're still living and experiencing these things? What is it? It's the classic, what does it mean to be alive question versus what does it mean to be an automaton or a robot in this case?
Especially within the wider context of possibly tackling toxic relationships.
Yes,
because that's an aspect to that about you are the one generating the positive feeling around this relationship. You're creating this artificial connection to this thing that isn't real, but your memory is telling you it's real, and that's why you're staying in the relationship. Isn't that an interesting idea to explore? Anyway, fuck you.
We're just gonna have robot fight scenes for the rest of the movie.
I completely echo that sentiment. That again, another reason why this was a close secondary for my most disappointing film is what Jacob is saying. I completely echo the sentiment. It just brings up all these ideas, And then the film is just confused about what this film wants to be about, because when when the tech support guys come and they're like, "Oh, it's like a real person, isn't it? Isn't that weird?" And I'm just like losing my fucking mind.
Yeah.
Being like, "Is this what is this? Detroit Become Human? It's not Detroit Become Human. Toxic relationships. Oh my god!" And the Jack Quaid character is clearly an asshole, but the film is just so confused in which direction it truly wants to be in that there's like. It's uneven like sandwich, there's like some jam in here, the sandwich is not evenly spread with the dip, and I'm not buying any of the storylines, and nothing is being bought by me.
I brought this up in a chat while I was watching it. Anybody that cares about Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood spoilers, mute for like a little bit.
Don't mute for any of the other spoilers we've been dropping for every movie we talk about.
Yeah, I guess that's
anime.
True. There are like 3 episodes towards the beginning of Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood that explore this idea to its end point in such detail with such emotional like interest, and they do it so swiftly. Don't let it infect the rest of the plot. And be with this, and just like handle it, and have a little like sidebar about this, and that little like few episode sidebar is infinitely deeper than this whole movie, where that's the only thing it has to do is doing. And I just think that's like very telling of how bad this like the execution or like the follow through on this.
It doesn't even have to be Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. There are other films.
Yeah.
And fucking shows.
That's just the one that popped to my mind
first. So much more interestingly.
I'll chime in just real quick because I think am I the only one that rated this positively? Like I gave it a 3 out of 5. Yeah, I don't know. I get what you guys are saying about the execution, the execution not being there on these ideas, but like I guess it just worked enough for me that like I see there are things left on the table, but what I was given is so far as like toxic relationship stuff and being represented via this idea of being a literal sex bot that then is just like fed these fake memories and then told it's all real, but then when the rug is pulled, they're just expected to go along with it because they're in it now. And I'm like, all right, this is interesting. I didn't mind the crime stuff. I thought that was like interesting insofar as
it didn't make sense.
Well, I thought it was interesting insofar as because
the guy called right when Iris showed up all bloody, and the cops literally don't get there all movie.
Well, it's because it's super remote. They set that up. That is just...
Yeah, but there was a cop there that was enraged that actually got driven to the house. That cop should have known. Hey, that house had a 911 call.
My disbelief for that one a bit, but I was interested in how the execution of that thread about the whole crime thing, because Jack Quaid's character was the main co-conspirator with his one actual friend that he brings in on it as like it's just the two of them. And she's female. Like he has one female friend that he keeps in touch with, but it doesn't seem like he has. I'm getting the vibe from his character portrayal that he does not have many friends or many friends left.
Yes, that's
and then like over the course of this scheme falling apart, it's because he keeps doing things that keep endangering his friends and fucking everything up for everybody but himself, to the point that it kills his other friends. And then he still is just like
for himself too. To be
were they even friends? I actually don't remember. I thought he fucking hated them.
That's what it comes down to in the end. Is just like he is so ultimately selfish that he gets them killed. Even though at the beginning he's just like, we are friends, we like each other, please keep hanging out with me. Like, he's so desperate for that connection, which is why he gets a sex bot, and then his other friends are just kind of at that surface level almost, only in it for the money. And then he's just so desperate for that connection. But, like, I see what you guys are saying. It tickled my brain enough that I had an okay to enjoyable experience.
To me, everything you just said is the question that's being posed, like specific, and then you never get the answer, or like even somebody trying to work through the answer, if that makes sense. Like all of that, except for the friend stuff, like and it eating him alive, like that's like and it being self-destructive. That's not part of this, but the need for connection part that like drives him to do this, like that is part of the premise that isn't followed up on, in my opinion.
That's
Yeah,
I
like
guess.
like Nick, I think your reading is actually pretty interesting and good. The problem is that, at least for me, I'm not trying to invalidate your feelings on it. Is that
No, do it. Invalidate him.
that
Invalidate him.
the way what you're talking about is a different movie. If this was a movie about
I'm probably
I'm
probably seeing some stuff that is just not as much there.
Because you were so hungry for meaning in this movie, you found it in the most unlikely places.
Maybe. I don't know.
And that's okay. That's an okay experience to have.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that the reason it doesn't work for me is that this movie needs to commit to one of these ideas, and instead of committing to one or even two of these ideas, it commits to all of its ideas and stretches itself too thin. Where you can still have like you were saying these themes that are happening, but for me the conclusion of that becomes too messy because we're cutting away from those things rather than actually taking our time to sit with it. We rarely actually sit with the ideas of, it's similar to Don't Worry Darling. We rarely actually sit and contend with the ideas being espoused by any of the characters, and not in a, oh, I trust the audience to know this is bad way, in a way of like, I have anything interesting that I could say has already been said, and so I'm going to now deviate to the next thing, and it makes the emotional hits of this movie just punch below its pay grade for me. Is what I would say in reaction to that.
Something I did like about this movie, Final Death was fun. Perfect Chekhov's gun.
Yeah,
Decently
I didn't even think about it until it was there. I'm like, oh my god, they did set this up.
I knew exactly when I saw that was how he was gonna die.
I don't know. Maybe I'm just stupid. I didn't realize that was what they were gonna do with that. But only after it happened, I was like, oh my god, yes, they made such a clear point of showing this thing off. Of course, it's gonna be that, and it was fun.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I mean, closing thoughts for me. If I want to watch, picking one of the fucking many ideas / fucking storylines this fucking movie wanted to do, and I'm gonna pick one of them. If I wanted to watch a, oh wow, are robots sentient movie, I'd literally just rewatch the perfect gameplay route of Connor from Detroit Become Human, and I'd be happy about it. I'd be like, I love Connor.
That's
Connor,
very brave of you to give David Cage credit for anything at this stage.
Listen,
in his career.
The way
with Companion, if you're asking me,
the way Connor just does anything, and then Mr. Krabs goes, "Oh, Connor, you fucking android!" I'm just like,
that's such a good duo. I love them.
Yeah, but that's my closing thoughts. Oh, a 2.5 out of 5. That's what I get.
Same.
I gave it a 3, like I said before. See what you guys. Sorry, what was Colin and Jacob?
I have 2.5.
2 out of 5.
Go. Alrighty. Well, we've gone through the worst of the worst, the saddest of the saddest missed shots. Now, I think we're gonna bring it on home with the greats. And I think to just get right into it, if no one else really wants to chomp at the bit for it, I have my best movie of the year, and I don't know if this is just like a normie opinion, maybe. I think you guys picked very interesting movies for your top ones that I hadn't seen beforehand, and I'm glad I did now that we're... But I love Sinners. Ryan Coogler was in the kitchen. Well, he was in the music studio, really, with Miles Canton. And they... Yes! Oh my god, Miles Canton and Michael B. Jordan. Mwah! Mwah! Chef's kiss. This fucking movie does so much in such a fun way. This is like a blockbuster that also says so much. at the same time with both its just straight up text and its subtext, just beginning to end. But I don't want to like rant on too long about just listing everything that happens in the movie.
No,
but, like,
gush girl.
The fucking the whole concept, like, you know, the thing that I think I loved the most was the core identity of music being a connective tissue for humanity, such that
It's
it
about
brings...
artistic expression.
Yeah, but like I love music personally. I get it as it can
They
apply.
pick music
to
as the media.
I'm not denying you.
Yeah.
I was just
Gotcha. Yeah.
agreeing with you that
I'm
it's
just
Okay.
about-
correcting you.
No, I
finding
feel you.
your point.
It is about artistic expression, and that is what makes us human. Is what this is being said here, to the point that these soul-sucking creatures are coming to suck that away from us, because that is what they desire so desperately, is like the thing that makes us human, but they cannot create it themselves. And that being represented.
I'm gonna put a pin in that. I want to come back to that because I actually disagree with that.
Well, again, this is where it goes into the nuance, is because even the villain characters have origins in historical origins that are super important. I honestly, like, we've spoiled all the movies that came before. I am at the point where, like, I like this movie so much that I honestly don't want to say too much about it, in case for some reason you haven't seen Sinners yet and are watching this. Go see Sinners.
I feel like we should tell them to mute until,
or just go watch the movie and come back. Yeah, I probably will.
Because
we will
like,
end up spoiling it.
I wanna have a discussion about it, and we can't.
Yeah.
I don't relish the idea of like tiptoeing around like all.
Yeah, so we're probably gonna spoil all this stuff. You should definitely watch these movies. But music and artistic expression being the heart of like what, and then just everything revolving around it, and then they deliver on, like, it's one thing to say that in text, but then it's another thing to actually deliver the art in the fucking music in this movie. I do a thing every year where I compile like my things that I've heard this year for the first time, and like these are my top 10 songs that I discovered this year. This was the first year that I had 2 movie soundtracks in the running. And it's gonna be a crazy reveal of which one actually stayed, but Sinners was one of them, and another one of our top picks is the other one. This movie had so many good fucking tracks.
Okay.
The barn scene, the I Lied to You song, the ending song gets me emotional every time.
Interesting. I can't help but notice that Nick didn't mention any important parts of my heritage that
they're part of my heritage too. Okay.
Okay, barely. Two very important
yes,
songs.
I'm getting there, but like the Last Time I Seen the Sun, Rocky Road to Dublin, yes, it's fucking fire. But that's the range. Rocky Road to Dublin is like a fucking Irish jig that goes crazy against, all of the jazz and blues stuff that is predominant throughout the movie, with the barn song and Last Time I Seen the Sun being more of just like a dramatic closer. And then also I lost my train of thought.
No.
Are you looking for the name of the other song? Because I've got it.
No. Go Lassie. I know Go Lassie Go is the other Irish song.
Okay.
That's very good.
I was gonna bring that up.
No.
As just like,
I'm thinking of the like operatic metalcore song that they bring in for the vampires, like vampiric
anthem. Yes.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about.
That shit also goes crazy, and it's crazy that they all work together. See, like sometimes one blends into the other, and it's like it goes so fucking hard. And
are you talking about when at the end of the barn scene, like when the vampires are overlooking that?
It transitions to that, and like
mwah, that shit is awesome.
Chef's fucking kiss.
That shit sounds good.
And like that, and the barn scene itself, the cinematography through the whole movie, cinematography is crazy. But that scene obviously stands above as like a fucking one of the best scenes of the year for sure. and just oh my god, yeah. And the themes go on for days. The stuff about the racial relationships being shown through Reconstruction era lenses, but obviously still very applicable in different ways today, in very interesting ways.
As shown by the Bond sequence.
Yeah, exactly. the music connecting people through time. Oh my god. So yeah, I think that's all that's on the top of mind for Sinners.
Yeah.
Love it so much. First time. Okay, I will. Last thing I'll say just off the top. Miles Cannon, just unknown actor. I don't know if he'd been in any feature-length productions before this. He kills it. I know they just market Michael B. Jordan because he's the face people recognize, and he does.
He plays two
fantastic
people.
Well, he plays two people opposite him. He plays opposite himself, and I did not. I went into this movie blind. Did not know that he was playing opposite himself, and just full disclosure and self-report. At the end of the movie, when I saw the names in the credits start rolling,
I was there. I saw this happen.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you were there. When his name came up for both Smoke and Stack, I'm like, oh my god, they were the same guy. I was trying so hard to be like, they're not the same actor. I can't be racist about this. I did not realize they just were the same
might be
actor.
canceled.
And
yeah,
you somehow
that
backed
was-
into thinking that black people couldn't have twins.
They're cousins.
yeah.
They're cousins. They're cousins, Jacob.
Sorry.
Come on. Yeah, Sid is great.
Yeah.
But
My main contribution to that, I agree with every single thing you said, except for the theming about vampires wanting to suck it away. I don't know. I think I see where you're coming from, but I think just the fact
may I think
that
what
even
you're...
the vampire troupe is
Yeah.
so heavily themed around music. I don't know. This, I'm getting into
I
music
want
here. It doesn't really
to
matter.
address.
But
what
I wanted to
you're-
use
what
it.
you're
Yeah,
s-
you say you go.
yeah.
You go.
So it is another case where there are multiple layers of themes going on here, where the vampire troupe is a group of is led by a group of it's just one Irishman that then
It's just the one
recruits-
Irishman. Yeah.
It's just one Irishman that shows up at the doorstep of two clanspeople and then takes their souls to help him then go after the juke joint that is being set up by Miles Cannon or by the Smoke and Stack.
Important historical context for this time that makes the Irishman make more sense. This is in the middle of a lot of the troubles. Right now.
So a lot of Irish immigrants coming to America, but I think the Irish vampire does establish that he's a lot older than that, though, doesn't he?
Yes.
He's talking about a time period. He's taught. So he's taught the theme with the Irishman. The reason they picked an Irishman to be the main vampire is he introduces the concept of this trauma of Christianity being forced upon the Irish by the English back in the day. Obviously way before.
Yeah.
the Irish
During
just-
Wolf Tones times.
Exactly.
I think.
And then now in Reformation times, or even during the Atlantic slave trade through the Civil War and stuff, Christianity being given to the slaves as something to build community around, but it's not theirs. It is something that that was pushed on them by their owners in large part. And it's they have a commentary on how that trauma is shared between both the Irishmen and the African Americans that he is now trying to infect in the same way that he's been infected. And it's just so that's it's being passed down generationally through different cultures being hit the same way. But they just keep repeating the cycle, and so then this is talking about how do you break the cycle, how do you break out of it, and all that stuff, and that's a whole other thing. But still, there is still also the text of the vampirism can be tied to Christianity, and that is still something, and also I guess the thing I was pointing at earlier is capitalism and money grubby studios trying to just min-max art to the point where they just make slop product that is maximizing entertainment, therefore maximizing profit without any soul. And that's where that vampirism takes form in that theming as well. So they're both true. They're different, themes, but they're both being talked about in the same sentence, which is just like that's so cool that they're able to do that.
I agree.
But yeah, Jacob and Vici, y'all got thoughts?
I mean, I probably don't have that many thoughts, I'll be honest, that have already been said. I think movie was really good. I enjoyed the barn scene. One of the best scenes I've seen, especially in a theater. Great fucking moment.
Yeah,
That was really good. The score is amazing, but you've probably said a lot of the stuff that I would have said, so I don't just want to like regurgitate it. I will say that I do think that this movie, for me, there's a lot of like themes to it that I kind of are hard for me to like analyze because I don't know if like what the vampires are supposed to symbolize half the time because I feel like there's a lot of interpretations of what they could symbolize, and I kind of just want to sit in a room with Ryan Coogler and have Ryan Coogler just be like, "It's what it is," because I'm just unsure how to interpret it because I'll be like, "Oh, it's just like like whitewashing or like like white appropriation of music and stuff like that," but then he's specifically Irish for a reason, so then I'm just like, okay, it's probably not that, but
well, I think
other than that,
that's where I'm thinking it's like there are multiple layers to it, and so it's like he's tackling all these things at once, which like maybe doesn't work for some people, but I think it worked for me real well. So.
I mean, unlike other films that try to tackle multiple things but do nothing, if this film was doing it, I did not notice any like ill effect of it trying to do that. I think it was all good. It's just a good movie, man. It's just a good time. It's a nice horror flick. There's some funny lines in it. You stuck the tongue up my coos. It's just an enjoyable film. It's really good, and I want more horror films to be like that. Fucking in depth and good. Almost like if there's another movie of the year that is kind of like that too. But foreshadowing.
Yeah, Jacob, do you have any thoughts on Sinners?
I really like this movie. I'm going to add some notes, but I'm only adding those notes not because I dislike the movie, but because all the stuff I like has already been said. So please do not take. Sure. I give this movie a very positive review.
That's fair.
Yeah.
My first note is sort of a positive note, which is I have had many conversations with a friend about this film, and so I'd be remiss not to bring up his statements on it, which I do agree with, which is an aspect about the theming that Nick, you kind of touched on, but is one of the ones that are less touched on, which is like this key idea about sin, which is like understanding your relationship to sin and your relationship in working through that sin, in which the ultimate conclusion of the film is to not re-embrace a puritanical belief structure, but rather the understanding that life experiences come with some risk and some potential sin, and it is about not losing oneself to that sin such that it can exploit you and destroy you and that sort of thing. I would say that I really enjoy Sinners. I do think that it doesn't. I have some pacing issues with this movie. I have some issues with it's I generally, weirdly enough, really enjoyed it when it was slower pace, and once the actual action kicked in, I kind of became a little less interested because I sort of think that I think Ryan Coogler is a great action director, but I don't think this action was for me was particularly compelling in how it was constructing some of its sequences. It was still really good. This is what's keeping me from being this is what separates me at an 8 from you guys at like a 10. And so I'm just stating these facts about my opinions about the movie. Like I said, I really enjoy this movie. This is just some of the notes I would have. I sort of think it doesn't know what to do with some of its female characters, and that was kind of more of a sore spot for me. And I also think that this movie kind of fits into a similar category as a movie like Annihilation, which is a sci-fi film. And both those movies are movies that I acknowledge are really well made and have these really strong themes that I really connect with, but there's sort of almost like a the bolts on the ship are wound just a little too tight for me. And what I mean by that is that everything is done to an extent that like I can feel the like sheenness of the production,
Almost too
and
clean,
especially for
overproduced.
something not overproduced, because that feels too harsh, but rather that I'm in and out, and I'm not receiving the sort of tension that I like when interacting with a work, if that makes sense. Now, once again, that could just be me. If I'm being honest, that could also be a factor of, like, to some extent, white privilege of seeing a work that is so inherently related to an African American experience that I'm not receiving the same amount of attention, and so maybe that is on me. But from my experience, the thing that keeps me from being at a 9 or a 10 in a movie I really enjoy is some of these things that I would tack on to at the end. It's about, like, what I personally look for in a movie. But other than that, I do generally agree, and I said this in my review for it, that it is a movie where every shot and sequence comes up and you're like, oh, yeah, he's
Congratulations! 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 Congratulations!
and that's the I want to end this on a positive note because I don't want to sound like I dislike the movie, because I've talked
I'm
about
not
this movie
getting that
before in ways
information.
that
I've honestly
neither.
heard similar like nitpicks on the or just complaints about the notes on the pacing, and I kind of see where you're coming from as far as like once the vampires get in, it kind of just goes a little. Maybe I could see it being too fast for viewer or some reason. Like I get that.
I kind of
see
think
it.
once they opened the barn door, I became weirdly detached from the film.
Yeah, no, I kind of I see where you're coming from with that. It wasn't the
I-
same experience
I-
for me, but I see it.
Yeah, I get that, because to me, like, most of the tension in the movie up till that point was keep them out, and now they're in, and kind of like in weird uncharted waters, if that makes sense. That's
Yeah.
I felt that a little bit too, but like I also didn't give a fuck because the action was cool, and the music score was excellent, and I was still fucking riding that Rocky Road to Dublin high, so everything was all good
Hey,
for me.
don't get me wrong. When Rocky Road to Dublin comes on, I pop the fuck off, and then
Yeah.
also became inherently
Yes.
aware that the average person in the theater is not popping off the same way I am because they haven't heard
That is
Rocky Road
exactly
to
what
Dublin
happened to me.
before.
Like exactly.
I could build off that. I didn't give this movie a 10 out of 10 either. So like obviously,
I think I gave it a 9.
Yeah, I give it a 9. So I had some gripes. I mean, obviously I can't remember all of them because the movie's not fresh in my head. But I definitely do think some of the barn opening scene just felt
Yeah.
so forced. Like it's just like, well, we gotta progress the movie somehow. So how are we gonna do that?
Yeah.
Oh, so she's really upset. I just like didn't fully buy that. But it was so blatantly obvious to me that was just a way to like keep the movie moving
I've
forward.
heard to go back to themes like the idea of because it's the Asian mother that finally gives the invitation that allows the vampires to come in and all hell break loose, and so this goes back to the whole concept of like black only spaces being needed to allow folks in those communities to safely be able to express themselves and not be curtailed or like overtaken by corrupting forces of like whitewashing and shit like that. And there was commentary I saw that was like having the Asian mother be the one to finally break it is like a person from outside of that African American community being the one to break it.
See that, but I also think the build up to her making the decision to break it is not
that's
particularly interesting to me. And I've heard people push back on that, but I think some of my problems with this movie, and I'm fine being told I'm wrong about this, please correct me because this is my feelings on it, and I could genuinely be having a poor interpretation of the film. But I think that I don't particularly like this film's relationship to motherhood, but that could be my own experiences. And so that is part of the relationship in how it depicts some of
that's
its
why that's
female
part of-
characters in this
I think
movie.
somebody said that like the actress for that woman was like, can you add some little flashback of like having because she has a daughter in town. That's what she's ultimately so scared about that she opens vampires. It's like, can we have a flashback to that just to reinforce that?
Give me something. Please.
Yeah, give this character a little bit of something to rationalize it a little bit more. Let it maybe resonate with the audience a bit more. And it doesn't necessarily work for everybody. I get that for sure.
I know.
And
like,
once again,
comes
this is what
across.
separates it from an 8 and a
Yeah,
perfect score for me.
it's really not that like an 8 out of 10 is already like I'm going to recommend. But yeah.
I mean, I can agree with that sentiment about like people interpreting that scene. Like, I won't say I fully agree it, but I can see the angle where like that scene comes across as negative towards like Asian people.
And
Like,
it
I
also
get it.
feels a little bit like a double beat when we already have the Haley Steinfeld aspect to the whole movie, in which she is the avenue in
that's
which
more
the
how I felt.
vampires enter into the space.
Yeah.
I guess closing thoughts or just the scores. I gave it a 5. 5 out of 5.
Listen to Willie Lassie. I think that's the
listen to the whole
song
listen
here.
to the whole movie album. Do it.
Also, if you like Rocky Road to Dublin, text me. I've got a lot more suggestions.
Text me.
Yeah,
because everyone watching this has Colin's number. So
yeah.
Colin, could you put your number on the screen for us real quick?
Yeah.
Colin, I 100% agree with you, because after that movie came out, people started posting some versions of Rocky Road to Dublin I did not sign off on, and I said, no.
High Kings is my favorite version.
Colin, you and me were thinking the same thing.
Yep.
All right.
But yeah.
So what's last round? What's the scores? Final verdicts?
9.
I give it a 9 out of 10. Great film.
8.
Great film.
10 out of 10.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
I personally think either me or Jacob should go.
Personally, why are you making
fight to the death?
Yeah, there's.
I don't care. I what I'm trying to say is I think Beachy should go last.
Okay. I'm gonna say Colin.
You pick. Okay.
I'm gonna let you glaze because honestly, your pick was close for me as well.
Okay, so my pick was the adaptation of the Reze / Bomb Girl arc in the Chainsaw Man manga. This was a direct to theater. This is a theatrical release of an anime movie, which we've had 2 very high profile ones this year. The other one being Demon Slayer. And I personally think just comparing those two, Chainsaw Man blew Demon Slayer out of the water.
Interesting. You think Chainsaw Man's better than Demon Slayer? What a brave.
How did you say something so fucking brave?
Oh,
yes, Beam, my boy.
To me, there is there's almost nothing wrong with this film. The beginning, the first, I think it's about half, but it's like the first act basically. Yeah. They have this the first thing that happens, they have this like really beautiful movie watching sequence with him and Makima that like highlights their perception, how both of them see the world so differently. But like you are only seeing that from an audience perspective, because Denji is not aware of that, because he's being so fucking like he's being so groomed here. And I think that ties into obviously a lot of the themes of Chainsaw Man is grooming, manipulation, specifically from female characters, which I think is really, really masterfully done in this, because they have this is not my original thought. I saw this and then I rewatched the movie and I was like, it is like Makima is supposed to Makima and Reze both represent the first of one woman in somebody's life, and in Denji's life specifically, and Makima is supposed to represent the mother, and Reze is supposed to represent first love. because like he's had this thing where he's obsessed with Makima. He was obsessed with Himeno for a bit, and then she threw up in his mouth. He just wants to like grow power to know that like know what that feels
touching
like
a
because
balloon
he's
feels like,
yeah,
bro.
exactly. And then Reze comes along, and she's the first one who actually seems to like him for him. Like Himeno is just like, oh, you're cute, you're like a young boy, whatever. And Reze is like, oh, I like Denji. And they string you along on that so perfectly. Um, and then you finally get to the reveal scene that she's the bomb devil, and the build up to that reveal scene, all of those like very blurry, like chaotic photographs as they're walking through the festival.
Yeah.
It was so like it put me in such a different mindset. Like even though I had read the manga and I knew what was coming, I was like against my will, like happy and like giddy at seeing this like new couple and him finding his first
felt like
love.
it. I think the song for that portion is called "Fantasy," and it is depicted like a fantasy, like because
It's so beautiful. And then even right up until the moment where she bites his tongue off, and you know that she bites his tongue off, it's still gorgeous. And like even when you know what's happening, it forces you to stay in that emotional state to get that payoff when you're like, oh, what the fuck is she? She bit off his tongue? What?
Why would you do that?
Yeah. And then from that point on, it is non-stop action for the next like 50 minutes of the movie, and it is some of the best animated fight scenes I've seen in anything, like just bar none. The animation style switch ups, like specifically when she's in the building and she like switches to like kickboxing him really quickly, and like the background turns into fire and they're just like silhouettes.
Yes.
So fucking cool. Impact frames, like I know that's a big meme, but like they timed it perfectly with the explosion sound effects, and it really like had weight behind it, especially in a theater, I thought.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I could glaze more of the animation. One like shot that I really love is when right after they kill Typhoon, she like kicks him up out of the river of blood and like snaps up, and then there are all these explosions of like very vivid colors, like it just and it's like calling back to their moment with the fireworks, and then you see them like dancing around, like she's swinging him by the chains, but they're like dancing and moving around each other, and it's like I don't know, it just like everything about both the animation and the story just meld for me a lot of that. And a lot of that is from Fujimoto's initial illustrations. But a lot of it wasn't. Like the vast majority of that fight is movie original, and it fits and flows perfectly. The there's another moment at the very end where they've got the standoff, and he revs his chainsaw, and then it like changes in this really weird transition to her snapping. That was a really cool sequence. And I haven't even talked about like the magnum opus of the film, which is the pool scene. I never would have thought that I never pictured that as how they were going to animate that and score that. But I thought they did such an excellent job with. I could not get that song out of my head it's still stuck in my head, to be honest. The like little visual metaphor for how the spider eating the monarch butterfly, but the monarch butterfly is poisonous, so it kills the spider, is like a perfect metaphor for how like Reze is the spider trying to kill Denji, but then Denji like infects her with mutual compassion of like, I never went to school either, like I never had a childhood, I lived like this.
Denji also, by being tied to Makima, ends up also
exactly
being a literal poison for Reze.
Yeah, and like I love that works on both those levels. Like most of my glaze for this is it's definitely going to Fujimoto. I think this era of Chainsaw Man, like specifically Part 1, which hasn't been fully animated yet, is one of the best pieces of manga I've ever read, like just period. But the other part about the pool scene, which I thought was really like masterfully done, was like any kind of not even nudity, like anybody with like big boobs has in the show been like immediately like sexualized by Denji to like anime like nosebleed like like drooling kind of thing.
To anybody who's watching it hasn't seen Chainsaw Man, that it is intentional because Denji is like designed to be a doofus that is then abused because he's so stupid and short-sighted.
He's supposed to show what happened. It's like a little bit of a like. He's supposed to be, in my interpretation of Denji's character. I'm trying to figure out a way to say this without revealing information that's beyond this movie. My interpretation of Denji is that he's supposed to signify like carnal desires and just you do what you want to do, not what you think you have to do, that kind of thing. And with no like governance system because of how, because of how he grew up, and so he's willing to take those risks because he like all he wants is a bed and a nice food to eat and boobs to touch, that kind of thing.
He wants to touch boobs.
And then so like that's the primer for all content up until now for how any sort of like
how
anything
he
close
women,
to nudity.
how he views,
and then like it gets to the pool scene and you see him being like a little nervous and a little freaked out and like oh my god, like I'm gonna see boobs for the first time, and then from that point on it's like, I wouldn't say completely non-sexualized, but like the sexuality of either of those characters is not at the forefront of that scene.
And they're
which it's a skinny dipping date.
Yeah, they're literally naked together.
Yeah, they are like framing this as like beautiful like dance of like somebody meeting their first love kind of thing.
They're teaching.
Yeah, exactly. Yes,
that's
the other thing. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's just like,
which is like a whole metaphor for like teach me how to exist in the real world and like not just only want a bed and that kind of thing, which is so integral to Denji's character, and it comes up later in the movie as well. Like there's that beautiful exchange between the two of them where he's like, why'd you teach me how to swim then? Why didn't you just kill me before that? And then later in the movie, like at the conclusion of the movie, where Makima fucking jumps her ass, she reveals that like, oh, it's because I didn't have a childhood either. I grew up like similarly with no knowledge, scared and afraid of like everything outside the world, that kind of thing. And I just thought that like camaraderie was very very beautifully woven through the story. One other thing, the Angel and Aki subplot, excellent as always. I love those two.
Super simple, not like it doesn't take away from the A plot.
Mhm.
But it's like what it is able to do in the little time it's given is still excellent.
Like I had read this, but I still like got like a little emotional when Aki was like, "If you want to die, just do it somewhere else. I just can't watch somebody die again." After like the little hint callback to Himeno earlier in the movie to just remind people like who he's lost, that kind of thing. Yeah, I don't know. I think this movie, my only reason it's not a 10, I think, is the pacing, like it's doing something and it's saying something by how it's there. But I did find that there were points in the first half where I was like, speed up, and then points in the second half where I was like, slow down.
Come on, hurry up.
Yeah, but like that could have just been on me because I knew where it was going. So I was like, oh, okay, all this setup is like intended to lure somebody who doesn't know what's happening into like a false sense of security. Blah, blah, blah. I know this. Move on. But like, so I think that's where that criticism might be coming from. And I don't really think it's a very valid one. I just didn't give it a 10. And I'm glad I didn't. And because I no longer consider this the best movie of 2025 that I've seen. I'll be the first to admit it. But yeah, I just think this movie was excellent. It's adapting one of my favorite arcs of the manga. It's beautiful. They've got the city mouse and country mouse metaphor woven throughout every single character in the story in such a pretty way. The little Makima speech at the end is super. The delivery on that is like haunting. Like she's saying like that. I think is like the Dakota Johnson like flat monotone delivery while you're saying something extremely concerningly fucked up. Like that is what I like. That gave me chills when I saw that.
I don't think Makima's a good guy, though.
That was the thing,
Well,
especially when
away.
I went to the theater with two people who were anime only, right? And so
okay.
all they knew was up to the end of season 1, and it's just like up until that point, you know something's up with Makima. You're not sure what, and you're not sure, like, you're just not sure. You're left at the end of season 1 being like, what is her deal? But you're
Like,
still
why
like,
is she so powerful?
Yeah, but she's cool, and she's like, what? She's with us. She's awesome. She's gonna go on a date with Denji at the end of season 1. That's awesome. That's amazing. And then at the end of this movie, you're like, fuck you, Makima. Fuck you, Makima. Fuck you, Makima. Fuck you, Makima. Why'd you do that? Why'd you fucking do that?
I have so many more points I want to bring up, but they would be manga spoilers to discuss them. So I'll save that for.
Let's stay within the bounds of the movie.
Yeah. But yeah, I watched that movie like 4 times. After I'm obsessed with it. Not to even mention the soundtrack was killer throughout the entire movie. There was never a spot where I was like, I'm sick of this song. There was only spots where I was like, oh, okay.
Whoa,
God. Okay, yeah.
I said earlier that there were 2 movie
Yeah.
soundtracks in contention with songs that were my top 10 songs of the year. It was Last Time I Seen the Sun from Sinners and In the Pool from Chainsaw Man.
Yeah.
Where they are. And
I didn't
Chainsaw Man
even get to the fucking In the Pool one. Yeah, that the
In the
score.
Pool one.
I did say that actually.
In the Pool one. I think I honestly, at least for that song, I think overall I like the soundtrack of Sinners better as a complete piece, but like In the Pool was transcendent.
I completely agree. Also, the song that played, I think it's called Edge of Chainsaw. The song that plays when he's like flying down on beam to kill Typhoon is so fucking awesome. And then it ends in that like beautiful like color splash of of like that picture is the manga cover for the volumes that it was adapting. So it's just, I don't know. I can't say it. I feel like I'm going on too long, but I could talk all day about this movie.
I'll chime in. Okay. Because I think I'm the next lowest rating aside from Jacob. So I do want to say thank you, Colin. That your analysis of the film kind of like opened a lot for me because I mean obviously you know a lot more about Chainsaw Man because you're into the manga, so you've added context. But your analysis of everything going on is actually enlightening, and because I'm actively watching the show,
I'm glad.
It's probably gonna make me enjoy the show more. So definitely thank you for that. That was an awesome analysis.
I appreciate that.
So I will say when it comes to like anime films, though, it is kind of like weird for me to review because like when I'm kind of like reviewing a film, I'm kind of like coming in as like, all right, if I just a random person, if I just recommend this random film to someone, how would they receive that film? And like if I were to recommend this film to someone who's never seen Chainsaw Man, they're just like, what the fuck is going on? Yeah. So like a film has to be able to like kind of stand, not like that has to be, like in my opinion, I guess.
Yeah, I was gonna say as an MCU fan, this is
that you need to have. That's a good point. Yeah,
it has to be able to stand on its own legs in terms of like being able to tell a story without needing to be like, oh, if you watch the anime, you would have gotten it. Yeah. So I'm trying to think of like an example.
I have an example. So because this is one of my many notes for this movie. Once again, not that I dislike this movie, I still gave it a positive review. But not to spoil, but I do have the lowest review of the 4 of us. So like a great example is that this movie over explains rules and powers rather than after already showing us the rule set visually, like not Angels Dying, but like what, like they it's Aki's future sight.
That is true. Yeah, they could have left the explanation out.
Yeah, he does the future sight, and then he says, "I can see into the future a little bit," and I'm like, "Yeah, you've already used the movie.
You've done that."
Yeah, but then you have things like Konbini showing up, and that bit only makes sense
if you know who Konbini is. Yeah.
Otherwise, you're like, there's probably still some enjoyment to have from it, but you're missing out on like 75%
Yeah.
of the bit.
I would agree.
And there are just these. This is why it didn't suffer a ton in the rating, but it was a note I had, which is like there are just these times where the movie spends time on things that don't need more time spent on, and doesn't spend any time on the things that actually contextualize the emotional stakes of the scene, if that makes any
Yeah,
sense.
that's fair.
I just think that's just interesting to like when we were reviewing like anime movies, like
Yeah.
how the movie's ability to be like, all right, I'm gonna rely on the show to also because I don't know, is it a crime if the movie's like you gotta do your homework before you watch this movie? I don't know, because that's like MCU movies pretty much half the time.
Yeah.
I
So-
kind of think if somebody hasn't seen the pretext, then I don't really trust their review personally,
So-
because like
Colin, I would
It-
agree with you, except for the fact that it is this is my problem with middle arc releases.
Mhm.
When you release it into a movie, you've now diluted the pool of people who are seeing it, because people just go to a movie theater and then buy a ticket for it. Now, that doesn't the effect on the movie varies based off your interaction with it, but within the context of the story of the film itself, it is sort of like this is the cost of mixed media
Mhm.
entertainment. And with the MCU
Yeah.
stuff, it's like this is why the Chainsaw movie I think succeeds and doesn't
Mhm.
suffer more in my rating than it could, is that the movie, even you, I think you get what it should be is it should be an extra cherry on the top, and not I have to watch this, if that makes sense. I think this movie
guess
does a
that makes sense,
pretty good
yeah.
job of making a contained story within it,
Mhm.
but it does still have some of those pain points of like, okay,
Yeah.
this is less about like an extra cherry on the top and more about like I think some of the Makima stuff kind of, at least in my feeling, falls way flatter because all you have with her are like 3 scenes.
Yeah, but then I think that makes like I don't know. I think that isn't super fair of criticism, because like I know we're talking about like necessary to stand on its own legs, but like this is a story that's meant to like immediately succeed. Like 3 episodes of Makima like baiting Denji and like and grooming him and doing all this and showing how much Denji is like just madly in love with this woman because she's the first person to show him kindness in his life,
So,
and she's a hot woman.
Yeah, I think the question I would like to pose at that point is like, would it have harmed this movie to have included some like stuff at the beginning that really introduced that a little bit?
I kind of think they did. I kind of think that the movie scene was that for me. I think that movie scene
I feel like it's a little
big
hard to
part
pick up
of...
on if you don't know what comes before. Like I know
I agree. I don't know. I don't think you should watch this movie if you haven't seen the first season of Chainsaw Man. That's my answer to that, I think.
Yeah,
And that's what we
I
said.
definitely would just say watch the anime
Yeah.
first season. But yeah.
It's kind of awesome.
Don't you can just
It's awesome.
read the manga instead.
Yeah, Jacob,
I've never learned to read though.
I don't know. I think both have their merits, but I do have to agree with Jacob. I think the manga, I think reading my best experience, I guess my only experience, my best experience was reading the manga and then seeing the movie animated a few years later, and I had a great experience being like, oh my god, yeah, that happened, and then going back and being like, oh, because so in the manga, all of the devils are represented as sort of like extra reality beings, and so they interact with characters from like in between the panels, and there's some really cool like panel layout things that happen, especially with Fujimoto. Like he's a big film nut, and so he does these things where all of his panels, and thus a lot of the shots in this movie, which makes this movie feel a lot more like cinematic than other anime movies I've seen. Most anime movies I see just feel like an episode of the anime stretched, but this felt more like a movie, and I think that's because Fujimoto uses these like cinematography like framing devices for his paneling, and they just like transfer that to the movie. I don't know. I think the manga has a lot of merits, is what I'm saying.
We'll get into the nature of adaptation when we hit up some of my notes. But Nick, I wanted you haven't
Yeah.
had your shot, and you rated it the same.
Oh, that's
way, so
true.
just brief,
Sorry.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I just think my main note was that, at least on my first viewing, I don't know if I felt it as much on the second one. It might honestly go higher, like if I just think about it enough. But like, you talked about the pacing even in your notes, Colin, and I think for me, I honestly was fine with everything up until the fighting started, and then I felt like the fight went on a little bit too long. I think they were suffering from success in that I'm happy that all of that fight scene stuff exists, but in the scope of the movie, I don't know if it really serves well to the overall pacing of it. It just feels like it's a little bit too overindulgent.
Yeah, that's fair.
And I love it. I definitely love, just pulling up the clips of it, just to be like, yes, this cool shit is happening. Fuck yeah! But in the overall structure of the movie, I thought it was overstated as well a little bit.
Yeah, I'd agree with that, and I think
kind of dragged it down for me.
Yeah.
But
I think also like most of the action just wasn't in the manga, so I think that like lends itself to that conclusion as well. That like the stuff that feels out of place is the stuff that was added anime only.
Yeah,
that was my only notes. Like, just
no, I agree. I agree with that. Yeah.
I think anime only stuff sometimes is cool, and like the Jujutsu Kaisen episode where he's like da 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 and then like brushing his hair. That's anime only. That is anime only.
Yeah.
So
no, I don't hate anime only stuff. I'm just saying that like it makes sense that the part of the pacing problems that we have an issue with, while the rest of the pacing is perfect, are the scenes that were added by the anime instead of scenes that were planned out by the manga.
If I can jump in, because I have a good transition point from here, is that I would say I actually have the opposite interaction as Nick did there.
Really?
Because the anime only stuff is the stuff that lends itself to the art form in which this movie is being made. And a lot of my issues, which is in general my issues with also the MAPPA adaptation in the series, come from an attempt to replicate what is on the page, which is not actually replicable in the medium of animation. It is intentionally designed for the page and the panel, kind of like what you were talking about, Colin, which is like the way Fujimoto uses space in the manga is so incredibly important to the storytelling that it does such a good job of stretching and then compressing like space-time within the reading of the manga. That's why in the manga the action has that unique feel to it, because he knows how to stretch and squash the action in a way that creates also a unique image, but also like a really well-paced emotional arc throughout that action. And a lot of the stuff I rub up against in both this movie and in the adaptation, which I think is where most of my complaints come in, is that it's a continuation of that adaptation I'm already kind of rubbing up against, is its inability, its desire to try and make it like the thing you know, without recognizing that by trying to make it like the thing you know, you're creating a disservice to the art that you yourself are creating. And yes, exactly. Like I think especially early on, the reason I like the action in the back half is because it feels so within MAPPA's wheelhouse, and they're creating stuff on their own, and it doesn't feel weirdly constrained by being Chainsaw Man and trying to replicate these exact images. There are multiple times early on in the movie where it feels like we're overselling what we're doing by being like, don't you remember from Chainsaw Man when they go to the movies and we're gonna like stretch this out a little bit so we can also bring people outside in a little bit more, but also we get to sit with this a little bit longer. And I'm thinking that whole time I'm thinking about how well paced that sequence originally was when they do that, because they're replicating the images. But that scene is like one of the funniest scenes in the manga, because it's so well paced and has this really funny comedic tone of them going to each movie as you turn the page, and then you're hit with the one where she does cry and you're like,
what? Why? Yeah.
Yeah, and they
This
don't
is
show
sick.
them.
This
They,
is
like
so funny.
because they don't need to in the manga. They don't show the movies being played, or they don't even spend.
No,
time with
they
the
show
audience.
they
do.
show the same. Yeah.
Oh, I
Yeah.
thought that was an anime only
I will
thing.
say that I feel like the direct panel to frame adaptation is that like all of the most, if not all of the panels that are in the manga are a frame in the movie, but like the way your eye moves around the page differs. Like there's a really good example I think of whenever a character is like thinking about, like, you say something to like Denji and he's like, fuck, this make me depressed. It just shows his face in like 5 panels in a row, just like slightly changing
Yes.
and like getting more horrified each time. And like that pacing, like you decide that almost when you're reading, but he
Yes.
also like the panels are squished, so you go like and you see it happen so fast. But at the same time, you just read 5 panels, like something has happened, like and something's being communicated.
Yeah.
And you kind of lose that when it's just like a character making a face in the show, because that's like what all the characters do in the show.
Yeah. A great example of this is early on when Makima shows up for the date and she's in the cute dress and then she reacts to it.
Yes.
That is a single still. And so it lands perfectly because it's just like something that kind of annoyed me in this movie is that because of this dissonance in pacing and how Denji emotes within the manga and this adaptation's inability to capture that pacing, in my opinion, Denji becomes, in the manga, he's endearing and kind of cute and funny, and in this, I found him a little bit more annoying and grating because we're stretching out some of these scenes, and I'm like, brother, chill out. Meanwhile, in the manga, you're literally just hitting the panel, and then it's already a second thought because that's how it's paced within that. And in order to replicate that specific imagery, they need to add additional animation because you can't just hit the audience with a still image. You're using the moving image, you have to move the image around, and thereby you're stretching out the time you're doing it, and it changes the context of, it's like someone saying the same word differently and thereby giving it like a different flavor, and thereby you're interacting with that as an audience member differently. And so a lot of that stuff really rubbed me the wrong way. Now, like I said in my review, I think Mappa is able to sort of overcome some of these issues that the series has, but it still kind of suffers with it. I mean, you also get in the framing of some of the action shots where there's a couple of shots of Reze which are incredibly close up, and that works way differently on a manga page relative to like moving images on a screen. Sorry, Colin, I cut you off, but I just
I was trying to cut you off. I think
cut you off.
I think what I was gonna say is, I think this is a problem, like just a widespread problem with anime that's adapting manga in the first place. But I think because Fujimoto has such a cinematic style that like there's already a prescribed thing to go by, and it's hard to get that actually in motion. But it's so present in Fujimoto's mangas that like it's you notice the difference. And I agree with Jacob. I think like as a whole, this is the big problem with the Chainsaw Man adaptation, because the manga is just such like he's like Germa. But for I think I used this metaphor. Like Germa uses the medium of streaming to its fullest extent, and Fujimoto does the same. And so when you translate it, it doesn't work very well in some aspects. But like Jacob said, like Mappa was able to compensate for a lot of that, and same with the score. Like it became something different, but I don't think it's something worse. That's where I think my opinion differs from Jacob's here.
Yeah.
I don't read the manga. I have no input.
Yep.
I never learned to read.
All right, we want to drop our scores and hit up our third pick for best movie. I'll start with
I gave Chainsaw Man a 9.
9. I also gave it a 4 out of 5. 8 out of 10.
4.
Jacob?
3.5 out of 10. But I was in between
3.5 out of 10. No.
You mean out of 5?
Out of 5. Out of 5. 3.5 out of 5. I do think that the movie's highs, animation wise, and as Colin said, because it is based off of a Fujimoto script, which is incredibly well written and emoted, and I think handles all of its characters really well, and kind of in a story about someone who is literally suffers from arrested development treats all of its characters as adults is like such like I would say I don't agree with all the interpretations around the relationships of these characters to each other, but I will say that it allows for, unlike some of our disappointments, it allows for what feels like a real adult conversation and
Yeah, I
understanding
completely
around
agree.
the feelings
Yeah.
and themes of these characters.
And I don't even think it just like allows for it. I think it's like explicitly inviting that.
Yes.
With making Denji so abrasive and just like horny and so and like just like touching all of those really really like bad anime tropes of like bloody noses and stuff. But and then somebody like it invites somebody to be like, oh no, he's just like Mineta, he's just a pervert. And then like somebody else, and then somebody else will immediately go like, no, you're not reading into the context of where he grew, of how he grew up, and like what Makima means to him, that kind of thing. Like I don't know, like I think Chainsaw Man is just really, really, really good, and it like forces you to have conversations like this about it, which I really love.
The beauty of good art makes you talk, makes you think.
It's a good movie. It's a good movie. It's a good show.
Alrighty.
I just cannot wait for the rest of part 1 to be animated. That I think that's gonna if Chainsaw Man. Well, I would also like to call out that this was also the Letterboxd #1 of the year. It was the
crazy.
Chainsaw Man movie.
It was.
And
Jacob, who is this scary lady that's sitting next to you now?
Yeah. Who is
What's-
this?
What's going on here? What's happening?
Oh my god, she's so horrifying.
oh, sorry, this is my aunt Gladys. She's like sick and stuff. I have to. She has to stay in my house for a little bit.
She does. She has to stay over a little bit. Does this have to do with your favorite movie of the year? Your top pick?
Yeah, anyway, this is a movie that has the scariest line of all time, which is a dad asking his son, date any supermodels today? And then I go, he gets what he deserves.
That is the most dad line, though. That is something my dad would have said, like, or something akin to it back in the day. You know,
This movie is really in touch with my fears and concerns about American suburban life, and that dad character is really in line with a type of person I don't like. He's not a bad person, but not someone I want to talk to.
And what is this movie that has this character?
Oh yeah, I guess I didn't say that. This is Weapons.
Oh.
A movie that was so good I dragged Bichu to watch in New Jersey. And said we have to watch this. I've already watched it already, but we should watch it again.
I forgot what the other option was. I was just like, we could watch this, and he's like, no, I really want to watch Weapons again.
And
he wanted to see my reaction. I think that was what it did.
Yeah, I did want to see the reaction. I think that I was really close in between this and No Other Choice. I think more recently I've been feeling a little bit more No Other Choice, but then that could flip back and forth between these two. I just think like this is a movie where every time I watch it, by the end I'm in like tears because I find the emotional catharsis. I think this movie has flaws. I'm not saying that this movie is perfect. I think the old adage with Zach Cregger strikes again, which is, what's the scariest thing Zach Cregger can think of? What if there was an old lady in your house?
Is he wrong?
There's a lot of
Is he wrong?
And there's a lot to unpack there. And my initial tepidness around this movie did involve that, about tropes around witches and sort of like sickliness and that sort of thing, depictions about people with drug addiction. And I want to sort of like acknowledge all of that, but then I also find that like a core element about this movie that lands so well for me is both that suburban aspect, but also about like how this movie handles like children, and sort of, I brought this up previously in our discussion, parentage of like non-blood related people and blood related people, and like the abuse that happens in those relationships, and the way privileged groups blame people when something is not going the way they want it to. And to some extent, people have talked a lot about dealing with grief, but I find this movie to be less about dealing with grief and more about dealing with like the consequences of the like it unwillingness for a community to truly act and use their preconceived notions to just go with the flow of like we try look sometimes you just don't know what the answer is, and truly the moral of the story is maybe the answer is actually really fucking obvious and it's been in your face the whole time, you big dumb idiots.
From like the opening monologue where the girl like is talking about like this is a story about the disappearance of these children, she uses the word embarrassed. She says everybody was so embarrassed about this that nobody wants to talk about it, and that word saying embarrassed in a horror movie was so intriguing that I needed to like follow through. Like I was hooked on that single word of embarrassed. Of like, what do you mean they were embarrassed about whatever fuck shit is about to happen here? The disappearance of a whole classroom of children.
It's truly, hey, you know that person who looks like a psychopath? Yeah, it turns out they were a psychopath.
She was.
Oh, shocker! Yeah, and like to your point of like the relationship of abuse with children and this relationship. I thought there was a moment that was really cool early on. It's a movie that goes between perspectives of different characters in this town surrounding this disappearance situation. First perspective is the teacher of the class of students that all go missing except for one. And the principal is telling her, like, hey, you should just not be at school. The parents are really upset and they are looking for someone to blame. They're trying to blame you. And she's just like, okay, I understand that. Can I talk to the one kid that's left? Because I just want to check in with my student and see if they're okay. And the principal's been like, we've been over this. This child has been traumatized by all of these events and whatever, and like putting any more pressure on them is too much. But I'm forgetting like the exact wording of it. But basically, they do an amazing thing in the script where they talk about what the child has gone through, and it's also exactly what the teacher has been going through. Yes. But they weaponize the child to then attack the teacher's genuine interest in that child's safety to then keep her from like causing a scene. You know?
What I like is that it balances that scene so well because it is both. It is a scene in which you are both on the teacher's side and not on the teacher's side at the same time, where you're like, the principal is saying things that are factually accurate. And also, I would like this teacher to get the resolution that they can. And because of the unwillingness to, or the, at least at that point, inability to reach conclusive evidence about anything, the solution is, the only solutions available are bad solutions. You can't have Alex and the teacher interact because, as the principal, I agree with the principal. Hey, Alex has been like interrogated for the last like month and feels shit and is a child and is dealing with this. That sucks. And also, you're an adult. Like, you kind of have to handle this on your own. And it does this great job of what do we care about, but what do we trust from the different hierarchies of adult versus child in such a like way I really appreciate. This is a movie that, and this is the part that kind of gets me a little emotional. It's one of the movies that never turns its child characters into adults, but always treats its child characters as their own person.
Yeah, living human beings.
Alex,
with thoughts and opinions. They are just still developing in a way that they are still people. They're little people.
It humanizes them in a way that allows real emotional pathos and treats them as a human being rather than as, you know, a Goonies character who is either like aw shucks or plays the adult character in the group. And you're like, no, this, when this movie crescendos into its final sequence where you're looking through the eyes of the child of these events. It does such a great thing about how, as a child, being forced into playing the role of the adult, how that sort of manifests and always puts Alex at like the center of it. Like that's why I think it does a good job with the abusive relationship aspect, because it's about, oh, why would like a kid just go along with this? It's because the kid is reacting to this both as a child, but then also having to enter into the role of adult in the scenario when these things happen. And so you then have this sort of like disconnect where the child can no longer be a child, but also the movie respects the children enough and doesn't fall into the trap that the community falls into sort of like infantilizing them and ignoring the signs around them. The movie treats Alex as a real person working like this.
In this scenario.
The person who solves the movie, like the movie's resolution doesn't happen without Alex being an active participant, and allowing a child to have real agency in a film is something that doesn't happen a lot, and I really appreciate in depictions of media.
I've like had felt that, but I couldn't put my finger on like why it felt so, that character felt so much better than other child. I was just in my head, I was like, oh wow, this kid's a good child actor. But like now, like like hearing you say that, like I'm realizing it is like so much more. It's like built into the script and the theming of the movie in itself. That he has that agency as a kid. Yeah,
I like that. I think like when I think about it, a lot of the horror movies that I enjoy with like kids, when they have more agency, I ended up liking the film more. Like in Babadook, the kid literally has a lot of agency, and Lights Out, the little brother also has a lot of agency. So I think that's a pretty cool analysis there. I definitely agree with it.
I think that's also kind of why I like Zathura. Like that's a weird, a weird connection, but it's reminding me of that.
Oh, that is an interesting connection.
I kind of understand what you mean. I can't follow you there because that movie does star Zach Braff and is directed by Jon Favreau, two people who are my enemies. But
I didn't know about either of those people when I watched it for the first time. So
well, neither did I. And then I watched it again recently, and I was like, what?
It's actually not Zach Braff, by the way, you phony. It's Dax Shepard. He just looks like Zach Braff.
Oh, get out cinephiled.
No.
And for that, it's almost a worse sin, if you ask me.
Do you guys want to watch Chips after this?
Yes, let's do it.
The Dax Shepard cop comedy.
Yeah. Do you not remember Chips?
I'm gonna assume I don't want to watch it though.
You don't.
Colin, there's a great video I watched back in the day in like 2016 where
the Ralph the Movie Maker video.
Yeah, the one where he buys like 900 copies of Chips.
Yeah, love that guy.
Anyway, Weapons is a movie, as I said, that makes me really emotional, and it makes me really emotional during the funniest sequence of the year, where
I'm just imagining it and I'm laughing. It's good. It's so good.
A mob of in a scene where the bit is a mob of children tear an old lady apart by hand. I'm also like when Josh Brolin comes out of the trance, Josh Brolin's character, who is a bad guy, that guy stinks and sucks and is the perfect encapsulation of like an entitled manager guy in suburban America.
And that's why it hits even funnier when you find out from Alex's perspective that his son is the bully.
His son is the bully. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That is so funny.
The movie is just filled with that without ever needing to explain that stuff to you. It just happens and it moves forward and it does these great things and it has these great characters, and it's all about the failings of authority figures in those roles, both from the perspective of authority figures who are trying their best via the principal and the teacher. I mean, the teacher a little less so. She's a little bit more gray, nebulous, but don't get me wrong, I love her so much. She's when she realizes that Alex is okay and goes to hug him to check on her, ostensibly her student. That's the other part that makes me really emotional. when all these like when the abuse is ostensibly resolved, it makes me like so moved and joyous because it's about like this acknowledgement. It's this acknowledgement about like kids are human too, and this is a movie where they're inhumanized and used as objects from a plethora of angles. And instead, the conclusion to the movie is about freeing them from those constraints, and that freedom coming from a fellow child who has to, because of the circumstances, take on the mantle. And it's not shown as like there's an aspect to the two films like this about like depicting children as growing up as like a positive thing, and this movie does a very good job about like, no, like we're
This
not
was forced
saying
upon
that
him.
Alex
It
growing
was-
up as a result of this is a good thing for him. In fact, it fucking sucks. But he is an agent onto himself within his own world, and we shouldn't strip that from him. And I just really like that aspect about the movie.
Alex did
Yeah.
the best he could in that situation, bro.
Yeah.
Holy.
Yeah.
And it worked. It
Yeah.
worked.
Oh
Yeah.
my
Yeah,
god.
yeah.
I was very curious because
The fork scene that got me a little bit. I'm not gonna lie.
I watched this movie. I think this is the last movie I watched before this podcast, so it's precious in my mind. But seeing it, the ending got me like actually gut laughing. Like I could not believe what I was seeing on screen, but it was so cathartic and good. But then I went to log it, and then I looked at the reviews that y'all left. And when Jacob, you like your multiple rewatches that that you cried at multiple points, I didn't understand because I didn't get that connection that you got at first. But like I appreciate your in-depth explanation.
Same, yeah. I'm coming from the same place as Murky. Yeah.
That opens up.
And I kind of want to rewatch it.
I was understanding it like at some level, but like not as deeply as what you clearly
Same.
got through.
And that's the other thing that works really well about that is that even if you're not connecting with that, the ending sequence is constructed, in my opinion, immaculately as a comedic scene in which it's such a great release of tension too, because you've spent the entire film being upset and scared, and then the table turns immediately on a dime, and in under a lesser hand that would not work, and Zach Cregger does a great job of switching from horror to comedy, and I think he does a great job throughout the movie of sort of priming you for that with things like Josh Brolin waking up from his nightmare about his really emotional nightmare about how he's lost his son and his regret for being a horrible father to his son, and then waking up from a nightmare where Aunt Gladys shows up and goes, and he goes, "What the fuck?" That's
funny.
Beautiful.
I guess I'll add my piece now. Yeah, so Zach Cregger, I've looking at his letterbox now, I just realized I've seen every one of his movies. I've been following him since his like White as Kids You Knows act, and like when he was doing like his skits. So I love that shit. And I was kind of walking into this movie with like low expectations because I did watch Barbarian. I didn't really enjoy it that much. It was pretty interesting, but it was like the first like serious film he did, because the past two films were like when he was still like in like that kind of like comedy only WKUK phase. So yeah, I definitely enjoyed what I got. It was fucking hilarious. I'm seeing all the fucking inspirations from White as Kids You Know being placed in this film, while also like, I mean, in Barbarian, I got like the spookiness too, but it was just like more cleaner and neater in weapons. And it was awesome. It's kind of like nice seeing, I guess in my opinion, because I think Weapons is better than Barbarian. Zach Cregger improve, and I was just like, oh wow, this is nice. This is like just an improvement from Barbarian, and I really like it. All the characters are like, I also, again, I love multi-perspective films. I love The Last Duel. Just give me these fucking multi-perspective films. It's just nice to know that, oh, what happened there, and then they'll just show me, and then be like, oh, cool, the drug addict is outside the house, or wait, no, it was the teacher that was outside the house, got spooked. What's inside the house? We find out someone else was inside the house with a drug addict, and then it's fucking like just the parents fucking in catatonic states. Pretty. I like the movie. Also, the movie does dare to ask like very important questions to its characters, like, "Do you have AIDS?" That's very important to know.
Do you
That's
have
very
AIDS?
important. Do you have
Yeah.
AIDS?
To go back
With-
to
with
Jay, what
that-
you were saying about like with the first perspective of the teacher and the principal talking, and it's just like you understand both of their perspectives, and it's just like these both are shitty situations to be in, and it's like there is no really right answer here. It feels like even for like the shitty dad and the fucking bastard cop, right? Like every
Yeah.
character is put in situations like that constantly, where like they're just always, it's just like you're doing something that is bad, but also I see why you're doing it because the alternative is also bad in its own way.
Yeah.
It's just like
It just leads to like you're always a little stressed out, a little bit like Uncut Gems. I feel like
Yeah.
not as like visceral, but like you're always like uneasy. Oh, I guess it's a horror movie. Like you should.
No,
always
but
be uneasy.
yeah, some
But,
horror
like,
movies
it
don't
does
do
it well.
that
Is what I'm
nearly as
saying.
well. Yeah,
Yeah.
this is extremely well executed.
No one is illogical, but plenty of people are stupid, and that's kind of the needle this movie threads.
The principal, oh my God, when Gladys shows up to his house, and he's just like, yeah.
Yeah.
And the husband's like, yes, come in. And I'm like,
Well,
"Do
because
it." I'm just like,
but that's another. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like the
fucking-
principal he was on the precipice at the last meeting with Gladys, and then when she shows up at the house, or when she shows up at the house, he's like, oh wait, this is really wrong. Something's wrong here. But then his husband doesn't have the context for that, so he's just like, come in, we gotta help this lady. What's going on here? She's a little kooky, but old ladies are kooky like that sometimes. And you, the audience, are sitting in the seat like, oh god, oh fuck.
I was losing my fucking mind.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
And then there's that slow, like methodical scene where they're paralyzed, and she's just like doing her shit, her little ritual. I really like that scene. Like I wasn't like I don't know. It's hard to put. Into
No,
words. It
that's
was
another
nice.
crystal clear moment of like the societal norms being like, well, you're not doing anything overtly wrong. Like you're being very weird, and we're stressed out by you doing this weird stuff in our house. You're not like attacking us right now. We can't stop. It's just you want a bowl, okay? But then they know that some part of their gut is telling them that something is wrong, that they can't. That societal norms is just like can't stop you.
Yeah, and I don't. What I like about this movie is I don't think it ever veers into being nice as a societal norm is bad. It's more about, hey, you should think about
Be more considering
what other
you're
people
doing.
are doing.
There's other people doing what you're doing. This was another 5 out of 5 for me.
Yeah.
This was like I think 3 out of the 4 picks we made here were 5 out of 5 for me. So
This was a 9 out of 10 for me. I
This
think
is also a 9 out of 10 for me.
when it comes to horror movies, I like personally, I balance the like the dumb idiot syndrome the characters have, and like I think it was Jacob said, like they're doing things are logical, but they're also stupid, and sometimes like the stupid things being done make me cringe so much, and it could be a good thing and a bad thing, but it's kind of like a balancing act where I don't want to cringe too much and then like be like ripped out of disbelief where it's like, all right, I don't believe it anymore, this is just stupid.
That's why I think the sequence with James is my favorite sequence in the movie, because it's the one that has to work the hardest to balance that, and it does a really good job of selling you on a guy who would enter into a house that is the most cursed house you've ever seen.
Yeah.
oh, James.
And
you're not gonna like turn in the bounty, are you?
For me, right? sir? Yeah.
It's fucking.
What do you give it, Jacob?
It's a 10 out of 10. I've oscillated between a 9 and a 10 on this movie, but right now it sits at a 10 out of 10.
I think with that, we'll come over to Vishu for our last top movie of the night here.
Fellas.
The main event, in my opinion. The main event.
I just wanted to say two things right off the bat real quick. I'm getting a little bit tired, so normally I'd be more energetic. but I'm a little bit tired now.
I'm
So
also
I'm
pretty
not gonna
tired.
be as energetic. And number 2, humble brag, but this might mark 2 years in a row where I have the highest average among us for
Okay. It's not a
movie of the year.
competition. All
I'm
right.
just saying, coincidence? I don't know. Anyway, all right. So my favorite movie of the year was Rental Family. I mean, like honestly, that movie just fucking was made for me. It as they would say in Materialist, it checked all the boxes. It literally checked every single fucking box that I love. It's got fucking found family, fucking passage of time, got fucking anxiety sometimes in there. I'm fucking tired. I should remember more shit, but I'm fucking tired.
Like fear of death and like just trying
Fear
to
of death. Fear of death was another
Oh,
one. Oh my.
Yeah.
fuck,
I
dude,
think
that scene.
yeah. This movie was fucking awesome. This movie made me cry so many fucking times. I was fucking crying at the old man, I was crying at the girl. I was just fucking crying. It just did not stop. Once we got to like the second act of the movie, I was fucking like I was watching with someone, and I was just like, all right, don't sob, but like it just kept, it literally just kept streaming. I held in the fucking sob, but the streams just kept going down. And I
Yeah.
was like, oh fuck. I love Brendan Fraser. You know, it's nice to see him back. I miss him.
God bless. We love our
It's
boy.
glad. I'm just glad to
Mhm.
have him back. The movie is just great. I think there's just so many fucking themes in it, and especially with like some kind of callbacks with like this messaging with like, oh, especially when the old man's like, you know, everything's kind of like a god, and then we
Mhm.
go
The
jump back to the end of the
gods.
film, and then yeah, and he looks into the shrine and he kind of smiles. I love that
Yes.
callback.
Oh
The
god,
pic-
that was
yeah.
such a beautiful button to close on
Yeah.
here.
I was reading Vivian's review at one point, and I the depiction of sex work in there is also kind of awesome.
I was gonna bring that up. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like entirely like, yeah, look at that. He goes have sex. He goes have sex.
Whoa.
No, it's just like a thing that happens, and I'm glad the way that was approached,
Mhm.
and just like the film has like just talking about human connection, also it being found family. I fucking love found family. One of my favorite tropes in film. Absolutely, just like
Classic for a
I
reason.
It's awesome.
the film's conversation about human connection and stuff like that, and how this, you know, the premise of the film is like, oh, what if we like monetize that? It's
Mhm.
just, it's just, I just love the movie, man.
The
The
whole,
movie makes me
like,
fucking smile.
yeah, Brendan
Yeah.
Fraser's character's question of like, but I'm just acting. Like this isn't real, right? And then the guy who's
And then he falls into it, and they're like,
Yeah. But it's real for them.
I'm just helping these people.
There's just
Yeah.
there's so many lines too. There are a lot of
Mhm.
lines in this movie that make you just go, oh.
The one that you have in
let me
your
think
review, the like sometimes you just need somebody to look at you and remind you that look you in the eye and remind you that you're alive. Like
When you
I
exist.
had a little sob when he said that.
Oh
It's
yeah.
well, actually, she says that. Wow.
Oh,
Fake
you're
fan,
right.
fake
You're
fan
right. You're right.
detective,
You're
fake
right.
fan
You're right. You're
detective.
right. I watched 5 fucking movies today.
Yeah. I mean, the acting was kind of like good for me overall. I mean, Brendan Fraser doing a lot of face work.
Yeah.
One of the top Letterboxd reviews.
I mean,
is
look at him down
mostly
there,
consists of him going, or
dude. That's a
throughout the
2-star
film.
review, which I think is nuts.
Yeah, that is
Um,
crazy.
But I mean, coming full circle, I can see why. Like again, this is like overall on Letterboxd only a 3.9. I can understand
Really?
why someone will come to this film and be like, "Oh, this movie is not perfect," and that's completely fine because when I'm looking at this movie, it checks all the boxes. It just checks all the boxes. All right, and I'm not unashamed. If you guys came in here and were like, "Damn, 1.5 star, 1.5 star, 2 star," I'd be like, right. But this movie for me,
Really?
I'm willing to fucking watch this movie over again. I can understand why this movie might not like be perfect for other people, but I don't care because this movie is so perfect for me that I just don't care. This movie's awesome.
I'm gonna be
This movie's
honest.
awesome.
I think if somebody came in here with like a 1.5, I would be in attack mode. I think like
All right, so Colin, now
This is-
you understand how we felt when you came to us with Minecraft at a 7 out of 10.
No, because that
you
was
know?
just me. That was just me enjoying something. That was just me. Having fun. That was just,
You're actually
and-
And
not
some
allowed
people
to
can
enjoy
just
anything.
dislike stuff, you know. I think I also can see why people might just not gel with, because this is like a pretty slow movie. Like there's nothing that's really exciting about it or like high stakes in his work. Like he's not at risk of becoming like homeless, right? If he doesn't take this job or whatever. I don't
But
even
like,
thi-
I
like,
kind of
he's-
think that's the point. It's like exploring human connection, like in mundanity. Like
Right.
this is all we have, and like
But
that's
I would-
like I don't know.
Yeah, I would argue.
It's definitely
not to-
slow.
Not to turn this back into a materials discussion, but I would argue I like some of the slowness in that movie because of that nature of like these things were becoming mundane, and I think that also works for this movie. In a
That's
similar
fair.
way.
I think that does work for materialists. I don't disagree with that. Yeah.
I do think I like one decision. It's not like the biggest decision this film does that kind of for me also like helps avoid it from being just like another run of the mill film, is when like he gets the call about the other job and he's like, oh wow, this is gonna change your life and everything. They don't make it about like, oh, is he gonna choose her or is he gonna choose the job?
It doesn't become
Nope.
a huge thing. I was so worried that was what was going to happen.
Same.
It's just the decision he makes, and the rest
Yeah,
of the
I
movie
really
movie.
enjoyed that.
I really respect that.
And then, like immediately after that, he starts losing it all because he's trying to listen to people saying no, don't form these genuine connections because we've set this up as like a business proposal.
You're not gonna
Even
do
though-
it next, are you?
Yeah, exactly. Even though,
bad
like,
news. I have.
even though like his shit's just working too well. Like that's all that's happening.
Doing too good his job.
Yeah, I especially feel for the like obviously I feel for Mia, but I especially feel for Takao-san, that guy. Yeah, I thought that like that moment when he was like, just get the fuck out, like that was heartbreaking. Like that made me like, even though I knew it had to happen, like for the pacing and the plot, but like I was like, oh shit, I really hope this character comes back and this isn't just like they spent this to make him like feel depressed about this. You know what I mean?
And that was,
I
that
don't
was
know.
another
Nice
thing
thing.
that was. Oh, sorry. Just
Well, I
regard-
was just gonna quickly say
Yeah.
that I like that it wasn't just the girl. There was
Yes.
another plot line of him.
I was
I honestly
wondering-
think the old man plotline was stronger than Mia's plotline.
I'm kind of with you
personally.
on that one, Colin. I like.
Yeah,
the old man.
I like them both. I love
like
No,
the
I
little
don't.
girl
I
too,
love
but-
them both, but in terms of how like deeply I felt the emotion that the movie was trying to convey, I felt it more readily with the old man, like every single time. Especially the trip out to Amakusa, where he like digs up his time capsule, like that one little speech about like I'm losing all my memories, but I can remember her so clearly, just right at the end.
Crying.
I was watching it with Luna, and I was like, I gotta hold this together. I cannot cry.
I cannot breathe
Um,
now. Yeah, I was
think they
honestly.
complement each other.
I was wondering.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah,
when-
I definitely agree with that.
Because I think they introduced Mia first. I don't know.
They
Whichever one
introduced Mia first.
They introduced one of them, and then I think that's after that solid introduction. You're like, okay, this is going to be a main plotline. We are going to stick with this one for a while. Then they also start showing like more of a montage thing of him doing other jobs generally.
Yeah, and the old
And
man is just like one of the montages.
Yeah, the old man's one of them, and I didn't know if even after they started sticking with the old man some more, I was like, are they gonna do another one? I'm not sure. But I wasn't, and I didn't know until I got through the movie of like how I was gonna feel on. Did they do too much with the two of them? Did they do not enough? But it felt like the right amount by the end of the movie.
I completely agree.
They had a lot of good stuff to say with just these.
I also really liked the otaku guy that he was.
Oh yeah, that was like just a little thing. He wasn't like a recurring guy.
And he was like, "Can you come to the strip club with me?" I was like, yeah, man.
Yeah, man. Hell yeah.
I think it was also very nice. It's very cute. Well, because like they obviously before like the whole rental family stuff, because he's lacking all that human connection except for like that one bond he has with the sex worker. But other than that, you can clearly see he just goes home and is dirty apartment, and he just
Yeah.
stares out and looks at other people and like.
Oh my god,
takes
those
photos.
sequences like moved me so much. Like like that sense of just like envy of like another person's life or another person's connection with other people. Like it wasn't necessarily connection because there was that old guy like sitting like at peace, and it was like all these different like life
in a way,
paths that
just
like
the observation was a connection in itself, but it was so
yeah.
Oh,
I didn't even think about it. Yeah, no, you're right.
fragile because it's literally you're
Mhm.
not actually interacting
It's-
with them, but like you
yeah.
feel like you know these people. It's like almost a parasocial thing, but not
Mhm.
the same as that. And yeah, I don't know. I think this the last analogy I want to make was that as far as people maybe not like kind of bouncing off of it, this is a slice of life movie to maybe oversimplify things a little bit, where the stakes are low in the grand scheme of things, but it still has a lot to say with that environment. And I think I agree with y'all that it's done delivering on messaging, even with the low stakes. I understand there's people that just cannot get into slice of life stuff, and there's a lot of bad slice of life out there, content in anime and in movies and stuff. But like, I think there's some of the best stuff I've seen and emotionally resonated has come from some slice of life kind of material where you can explore concepts in a lower stake setting that still say a lot about the human experience, that you would get in stuff that's so high action. They both serve different purposes, but I think they both have their place.
Yeah. I agree with that.
What do you got?
Let's
Any
hear it,
thoughts,
Jacob.
Jacob?
What do you got? What do you got for us, Jacob?
I like the movie. I'm glad you guys really liked it.
There you go. Sometimes it's just that.
Don't give kids iPads. I would. This is not a negation, but my own. This is more about arguing the point. I was gonna push back on something Nick said, but then it felt more semantic-y than anything to do with the movie, so I won't push the thing on it. I don't know. I thought it was a nice movie. And if it wasn't 1:30, maybe I would go through my very long notes on this film, but it's 1:30.
We stopped doing the time checks a long time ago.
There's
We
a
just wanted to
reason why I was
glaze.
like
I
time
know,
judge.
I know.
I
time judge.
appreciated you stepping in there. I'm sorry I wasn't more
I knew it
stringent
was
on that
gonna be.
myself. It was.
Well, I didn't have a fucking timer. Honestly, it probably would have been better if I like did a timer and be like, okay, we're gonna spend like 30
I
minutes.
think
I didn't.
we
I was just
paced
doing it off
ourselves really well.
5.
But it didn't click with
but-
you as much, Jacob. The long and short of it. Probably.
I would say that there is some pacing issues and some presentation issues that I have with the film that I rubbed up against. I would also say I am saying this because I love slice of life and do agree that it is a great avenue. And so my semantics argument was going to be this actually isn't really slice of life because this is about someone who is outside of a slice of life situation. And I think
Because
that
it's
there's
so
some
unique,
tension.
It's not really. I see.
Well, it's not even about unique. It's about someone trying to fit into a traditional slice of life scenario and sort of the tension that comes with it. And I don't know, especially within this context, if it lands the plane entirely for me, even though I had a generally good time with it.
That makes sense.
Some
Yeah,
closing thoughts on your score.
This is a perfect movie for me personally. I loved everything about it. There was never a part where I was like, "Come on, let's go." Or, like, I don't like that decision. Like, never an inkling of that. It was just like joy to see what happens to Brendan next.
Yeah, I think on rewatch and like I really it might drop for me a bit because there are things with characters that feel like the agency that he works for. There's like a group of 3 coworkers, the boss, and then the lady and the guy. that he's working with, and they spend a little bit of time developing his relationship with the lady afterward. They go to the bar together, and that's good. And she has her own little subplot thing.
Yeah, I like her subplot.
Being hired as just somebody for bad husbands to like force an apology script.
Have their wife beat up.
Yeah,
what
have
is the
wife...
Fall Guy with Ryan Reynolds?
Yeah, like just some shit like that, and so that's interesting. But then at the end of the movie, there's like a sequence where Brendan Fraser gets locked up because he endangers,
He kidnaps.
You kidnapped our client.
Yeah. and then the whole rest of the team bands together to go get him. And I feel like I would have liked a little bit more character building, relationship building between all of them. Right?
Yeah, that's fair.
Fully bought into that, but I was having such a good time that
I think that the main plot lines more than compensate for that for me personally.
I think the exploration of the themes overlaps with what the character development you would have wanted. I think, like us, as a viewer, digesting like like they're being paid to be their friend, but like that human connection is still being developed. Kind of serves as also like the other co-workers also kind of like discovering that, especially when she's like, I don't want to be the Fall Guy anymore. I quit.
Yeah.
You know, your husband hired me to do this.
That was so cathartic.
Yeah. Something that I really, really liked was the Tato's family is fake reveal. That was a great detail to throw in there because it shows that like even this guy doesn't like who's selling this doesn't really think it works on it.
He both doesn't believe that
like he tries and he's like so desperate for that connection, but because that connection, like especially because he knows it's fake, it just isn't there. And I think that's an interesting like parallel between I guess not parallel, juxtaposition between him and Philip, because Philip is the exact opposite. Like Philip is trying his hardest to limit it to be professional, just doing his job, and in every case he lets it get out of hand because of his not only his like charisma but his like empathy towards these people and his just like he just wants to help as much as possible, also in search of that connection. Like it's two sides of the same coin of like what that search for that connection can do, and it's whether or not you're on the receiving end of this service, which I think is really interesting.
I would say that that twist was something I didn't like.
Really?
Because I think we already get that with the first vignette, where he kind of comes home to what appears to be a cookie cutter family, but also he's very clearly not involved. And so it provides in my opinion, a better juxtaposition with Brendan Fraser, because when it's just that, it shows that even someone with the life that Fraser kind of wants for himself, that Fraser is constructing out of these different pieces that he's collecting along the way, what Brendan Fraser is creating is something, as the movie's getting at, more real than even like the traditional approach would, because that's one of the through lines of the movie is about traditionalism. And when we reveal that he's also hired a fake family, it reaches a point of, are we in the rehearsal type bit? And I was drawn out of the movie as a result of that. Like I acknowledge like the emotional gut punch that it achieves, but I would say that it didn't land for me in the way that I acknowledge it land for you guys.
I'm gonna say something. Something. Get it? I actually agree with Jacob to a certain extent, where that reveal provided nothing to me, but the rest of the film overshadowed that scene for me. Like, I could honestly cut that scene and I would feel no difference on how I feel
Yeah,
about that film.
I could see that.
It's just that
Yeah.
the rest of the film is just so good to me that I didn't really care that scene was in there. I was like, okay, sure. I mean, there's some world building there, but I kind of agree with Jacob. It kind of takes away from the film a little bit. Well, I can see what he means that that scene took away from the film for him. But for me, it didn't take it away at all because I thought the other parts of the film were just so enjoyable, and I was just having too much of a. Well, I guess I wasn't having a good time. I was crying, so I was crying the entire
You know
time,
what?
so.
You know what she says, man. Sometimes heartbreak feels good. Like this,
Yeah,
the movies.
and that shit was awesome, man. Shit was awesome.
So I gave that another 5 out of 5.
Yep, 5 out of 5 from me. 5 out of 5 from me.
That's right.
What's the final verdict, Jacob, for you?
I gave it a 6 out of 10. It was at a 7, and then I kind of had some of those thoughts that we just discussed. And
Yeah,
it
you thought about
bumped it
Asian
down.
people. You hated them.
Yeah.
That's fine, I guess.
Classic. But yeah, this is
That's true.
all.
It
This is what
is
it's
echoing
really.
back to Sinners when the Chinese woman did that. I know it all comes full circle. Why would she do that?
But there we go. That's 2025 in movies in the bag. Thank you all so much for joining us.
Oh my god, my hair is so messed
Oh,
up.
it works.
And those on
Camera
mic.
works.
It'll work for a minute. We'll see if it holds. But thank you guys genuinely. This is always such a treat to be able to have such.
I had a lot of fun. I
love
had
talking
a
about
real.
it.
Today it consisted of literally watching movies and talking about movies for me. It's not exaggeration.
Absolutely keto pill today.
You watched 5 movies today, right?
I did. I watched 5 movies.
God
No,
damn, that's a lot of movies.
Yeah, I'm
The cow sheep bet people and would have made a fortune if they bought.
I know.
If they bought the dip. Oh my
Yeah,
God,
made it in time. But yeah, we'll probably, whoever's been enjoying the Kino for 2026, we'll probably be back here for another discussion.
Have I watched the movie for 2026 yet?
Huh?
Film.
I
I'm trying to see if
have
I've seen the
not.
2026 movie yet. I don't think I have.
I don't think so either. Yeah, but we'll see what comes out.
I've seen Stranger Things. Nope, that's 2025. Man.
Yeah, those videos.
I didn't think about the secret episode. My fault.
I watched
Mikey,
the 2026.
your Stranger Things takes baffle me. They just baffle me. I just want you to
real
know
quick,
that.
Jacob, what was the 2026 movie you watched? Just the title drop.
Oh, my fucking camera did it again.
Yeah, it's
And
alright.
such
We
an
got a
awkward
little bit of your
position. I look like I'm
facing
striking
around.
out. 28 years later, the Bone Temple, which was fun. 7 out of
Wait,
10.
so
I've heard that looks good.
I thought 28 Years Later came out last year. Is this like a follow-up to
This
that?
is a different. Yep, this is.
Isn't it like a
sequel
direct
to that
like
movie?
sequel?
Yep, it
Oh.
takes place
Like-
literally right after the end of the last movie.
That's really interesting. I need to
Really
get
quick.
I was so huge on zombies as a kid. I should probably check that out. I watched 28
I'm
days.
actually
28
not
days later.
zombies.
Okay. Shut the fuck up. We know. Okay. you
Yeah,
fucking
not
idiot.
zombies.
But yeah, I think that'll do it. I really gotta piss real bad, and I know y'all gotta get. To
I
bed,
gotta go
so-
shower. Bye bye.
Yeah. All right. Thank y'all for
There you
joining
go.
us. Thank you all so much for watching. Stay safe out there,
Good day.
and until next.